wilderness. It calls to something deep inside us, a world of breathtaking beauty, raw power, and unforgettable encounters we watch from a distance, filled with awe. We tell ourselves we know the rules. Keep your distance. Respect their power. Never interfere. But what happens when, in a single moment, all those rules are forgotten? When a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity becomes a once-in-a-lifetime mistake? The story you are about to see is a chilling reminder that nature's most beautiful moments can turn in an instant. It's a true account of an encounter that should have been peaceful, but instead became a desperate fight for survival. This wasn't bad luck. This wasn't a random attack. As we'll show you, this was the direct result of a critical and ultimately deadly mistake. Let's break down what happened. My name is Marcus Cole, or it was. I'm recording this on my phone, the little battery icon glowing a defiant, angry red. It's at 4%. I don't think I'll need more than that. The words feel heavy in my mouth, thick and clumsy, but I have to get them out. Someone needs to know what happened out here. Someone needs to understand that the wild has a voice, and sometimes it lies. To understand how I ended up here, crouched in the mud with my back against the cold, wet bark of a cypress tree, you need to understand the job. This was my third summer as a seasonal hire for the Florida Forest Service. It wasn't a career path, not really. It was a means to an end. A way to bank enough cash to cover tuition and books for my senior year of college without drowning in debt. I was studying environmental science. I had this romantic, slightly naive notion about the untamed world. I read Thoreau and Muir, and I thought I understood the solitude, the quiet dignity of the wilderness. I thought this job, more than any other, would bring me closer to that truth. My previous 2 summers were spent on the west coast of the state, in the relative hustle and bustle of a managed park with campgrounds and hiking trails. There were people, other rangers, a sense of being connected to the world. This year, they assigned me somewhere different. They put me out at the old Tomoka Fire Tower, a lonely steel skeleton rising 100 feet above the swamps and pine flats just west of Daytona. It's a quiet post, Cole. My supervisor, a grizzled man named Henderson with a tobacco-stained mustache, had told me. Your primary job is watch duty. You sit, you watch, and you wait. After a squall, you scan the horizon for smoke. Lightning strikes are your main concern. Keep your logbook detailed, and don't go wandering off. The swamp, it keeps its own counsel. I remember nodding, a confident smile on my face. Quiet sounded perfect. Solitude was what I craved. A tower all to myself, 100 feet above the world, with a stack of textbooks, and the entire expanse of the Florida wild laid out before me like a map. It sounded like a paid vacation. The folly of youth is thinking you know the shape of a thing before you've ever truly touched it. The tower itself was a relic. A skeletal finger of rust, red steel pointing at the sky. The 100-foot climb up the exposed metal stairs was a daily test of my nerve, especially when the wind picked up, making the whole structure groan and sway like an old ship's mast. At the top was the cab, a 7 by 7 foot box of glass and steel. It was my world. Inside, there was a rotating stool, a circular map of the area under a layer of scratched plexiglass, a pair of powerful binoculars, a logbook, and the radio. That radio was my only link to civilization, a lifeline that crackled with static and the occasional, disembodied voice of another ranger miles away. The first week was exactly what I had hoped for. It was peaceful. I fell into a rhythm. I'd wake with the sun, make coffee on my little propane stove, and do the morning climb. I'd spend hours just watching, my eyes tracing the dark, winding veins of the Tomoka River, the dense, almost black patches of cypress swamp, and the vast, flat expanses of saw palmetto. I learned the landscape. I watched thunderstorms build in the afternoons, colossal anvils of bruised purple and gray clouds that would unleash torrential rains. Then, as the storm passed, I'd do my job, meticulously scanning every quadrant for the telltale wisp of white smoke. But it's the sound, or the lack of it, that truly defines the place. Up in the tower, the world is muted. The wind is a constant, lonely whisper. But at the base of the tower, and in the evenings when I descend to make dinner in the small, cinder block cabin provided for the watchman, the swamp came alive. I thought I had learned its language. It was a symphony at first, a million tiny lives playing their part in an ancient orchestra. The deep, baritone thrum of bullfrogs, a sound you feel in your chest more than you hear with your ears. The high, tinny electric whine of cicadas, a wall of sound that rises and falls with the heat of the day. The frantic chirping of crickets, the occasional splash of a gar or a turtle in the nearby canal. The distant, chilling bellow of an alligator marking its territory. You get used to it. Your brain learns to filter it, to accept it as the baseline of existence. It becomes white noise, the rhythm of life itself. The second week, I started to notice the subtleties. I could distinguish the call of a barred owl from a screech owl. I learned the sharp, percussive warning slap of a beaver's tail on the water. I was proud of this. I felt like I was becoming part of the landscape, not just an observer. I was tuning in, listening to that counsel the swamp kept. That was my mistake. I was listening, but I wasn't understanding. Last night, the rhythm broke. The day had been suffocatingly hot and still. The afternoon brought no storm, just a thickening of the air, a heavy, wet pressure that felt like it was squeezing the very breath from the sky. As dusk settled, the world was painted in shades of violet and deep orange. The sunset was beautiful, but it was a violent kind of beauty, the color of a fresh bruise. I was in the cab finishing my log entry for the day. The cicadas had started their evening chorus, but it felt subdued, muted. The air was unnaturally still, and then the symphony stopped. It wasn't a gradual fading. It was abrupt, as if a conductor had suddenly waved his baton for silence. The frogs, the insects, the night birds, everything went quiet. The silence that rushed in was profound. It was a physical presence, a heavy blanket that smothered the world. It was the kind of silence that signals one thing: a predator is near. My heart began to beat a little faster. I picked up the binoculars, my hands slick with sweat, and started scanning the tree line, my eyes straining against the growing dark. I saw nothing, just the deep, impenetrable shadows of the cypress stand to the west. I told myself it was probably a gator, or maybe a bobcat on the prowl. Nothing to worry about. And then I heard it. It ripped through the silence with the force of a physical blow. It was a scream. And it wasn't an animal cry, not a fox or a bird. It was human. Utterly, terrifyingly human. It was the scream of a woman, high and ragged, and laced with a kind of agony that bypasses your brain and goes straight to your bones. It was a sound of pure, undiluted terror and pain. It came from the west, from the direction of the cypress trees. I froze, my knuckles white on the binoculars. The sound echoed for a moment in the oppressive quiet and then vanished. My mind raced. A hiker. A lost tourist. No, there were no public trails for miles. A poacher. Maybe an accident. The scream came again, just as raw, just as desperate. It sounded closer this time. My training, the official protocol, was clear stay. Put, call it in. My duty was to the tower and the watch. I was not a search and rescue operator. Henderson's voice echoed in my head, don't go wandering off. But the sound, it was the most primal, horrifying sound I had ever heard. It wasn't a call for help, it was the sound of someone dying. Every instinct, every fiber of my being, screamed at me to do something. I couldn't just sit here, 100 feet in the air, and listen to someone be murdered. I made my decision. I grabbed the heavy 4D cell mag light from its clip on the wall. I keyed the radio, my voice shaking slightly. Tomoka Tower to base. I'm investigating a possible distress call. Screams heard west of my position. Heading out on foot. There was a crackle of static, but no immediate reply. I didn't wait for one. I threw open the door to the cab and started down the 100 feet of metal stairs, my boots clanging a frantic, metallic rhythm that sounded impossibly loud in the dead, still air. My heart was a wild drum hammering against the inside of my ribs. I was no longer an observer. I was part of it now. I was descending from my sterile, safe world in the sky into the dark, breathing heart of the swamp. The last metal step of the tower met the damp earth with a soft thud. The transition was jarring, a a complete shift in reality. The air, which had been open and moving 100 feet up, was instantly thick, heavy, and still. It was like walking into a steam room filled with the smell of wet dirt, decaying leaves, and something else, a sweet, cloying scent of night, blooming jasmine fighting a losing battle against the rot. The oppressive humidity clung to my skin, my clothes, the inside of my lungs. Above, the bruised colors of the twilight sky were almost completely swallowed by the dense canopy of the cypress trees. I was in a different world now, a world beneath the world I knew. The screaming had stopped. The silence it left behind was a gaping wound in the night. My mag light cut a sharp, white cone through the oppressive dark, but the light felt weak, swallowed by the sheer totality of the blackness around me. Every leaf, every strand of Spanish moss seemed to absorb the beam, giving nothing back. It created a moving bubble of clarity in an infinite ocean of shadows, making the darkness outside the beam seem even more absolute, more menacing. The world shrank to the reach of my light. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy. "Is anyone there?"
"Florida Forest Service!"
My words died a few feet from my face, absorbed by the moss and the thick, humid air. The only answer was the suck and pull of the soft ground at my boots with every hesitant step. Water, black and oily in the flashlight's beam, pooled around my feet. I was moving deeper into the cypress stand, towards the area where the screams had originated. The knobby, gnarled knees of the cypress trees jutted from the muck like the bones of drowned men, waiting to trip me in the dark. Every rational thought in my head was screaming at me to turn back. This was stupid. This was reckless. Henderson's face, etched with a mixture of pity and disappointment, flashed in my mind. Don't go wandering off. The swamp, it keeps its own counsel. What counsel was I hearing now? The silence was a warning. The abrupt cessation of the entire ecosystem's chorus was the loudest alarm bell imaginable, and I was walking right past it. But the memory of that scream was a hook in my gut. It was too real, too visceral. I couldn't shake the image of a woman, alone and terrified, somewhere in this suffocating darkness. I had to know. I had to be sure. So I pushed on, sweeping the maglite back and forth, its beam dancing over the buttressed trunks of ancient trees and the dark, reflective water. Then I saw something, a splash of color that didn't belong. Snagged on the thorny vine of a smilax bush was a small piece of fabric. It was blue, a faded denim blue, torn and frayed at the edges. My heart leaped. A piece of a shirt, a pant leg. I moved closer, my light trembling in my hand. I reached out and touched it. It was damp and cool. It was real. Someone had been here.
"Hello!"
I shouted again, with more urgency this time.
"I see you! I'm here to help!"
Just call out. Only the maddening silence answered. I stood there for a long moment, my mind racing. Had they run? Were they hiding? Injured and unable to speak. I swept the light in a slow, deliberate circle, my eyes straining, searching for any other sign, any movement. Nothing. The piece of cloth was the only evidence that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. It was a breadcrumb, and I had no choice but to follow the trail I hoped it represented. I kept moving west, deeper into the swamp. The ground became softer, the water deeper in places, rising over the tops of my boots and soaking my socks and pant legs with its foul-smelling chill. The air grew cooler, a damp cold that had nothing to do with a drop in temperature and everything to do with the deep, perpetual shade of the cypress dome. And then a new smell hit me. It wasn't the smell of decay. It was something else. It was musky, animalistic, and sharp. It was the scent of a predator, a heavy, coppery tang that reminded me of a butcher shop mixed with wet fur. My stomach clenched. That's when I heard a new sound. It wasn't a scream. It was low, starting deep in the chest, a guttural vibration that was almost a purr, but it held no comfort. It was a yawl, but stripped of all panic and filled with a menacing, possessive confidence. It sounded like an echo of the screams I had heard earlier, but filtered through a different throat, a different mind. It was the sound of the thing that had made the screams. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed. The sound came from somewhere ahead of me and to my left. It was close. Too close. My blood went cold. There's an old folk tale you hear in this part of Florida, a story the old-timers tell to spook the tourists. They say a panther's cry, especially a female in heat, can sound just like a woman screaming. I'd always dismissed it as a campfire story, a bit of local color. Standing there in the cold, wet dark, with that sound vibrating through the soles of my boots, I wasn't so sure. A twig snapped behind me. It was a small sound, but in the profound silence, it was as loud as a gunshot. I spun around, my heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest. I swung the maglite in a wild arc, the beam cutting frantically through the darkness, illuminating nothing but the impassive, silent trunks of the cypress trees and the ghostly drapery of moss. "Who's there?" I whispered, the word catching in my dry throat. There was no answer. But I knew. I knew with a certainty that was as cold and hard as the bottom of a well. I was not alone. The silence before had been the silence of observation. This was the silence of the hunt. I started to turn back, to retreat towards the direction of the tower, and that's when I swept the light across the tree line one last time. And I saw them. For just a fraction of a second, caught in the edge of the beam. 2 points of light. They were low to the ground, maybe 2 feet up, and they glowed with a soft, internal luminescence. They were yellow, not the bright, reflective yellow of a deer or a raccoon. This was a deep, predatory yellow, the color of old gold, of ancient amber. They stared at me for a single, heart-stopping instant, unblinking, intelligent, and filled with a terrifying, absolute confidence. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they vanished. The pieces slammed together in my mind with the force of a physical blow. The sudden silence of the swamp. The scream that was too perfect, too primal. The musky, predatory scent. The low, possessive yell, the eyes. It wasn't a woman. It was a lure. A trap. The folktale was real. It was a panther. A Florida panther, one of the rarest and most elusive predators on the continent. And I had done the stupidest thing a human being could possibly do. I heard its call, and I walked right towards it, right into its territory, right into its hunting ground. The mistake was thinking I was a rescuer. The crushing, horrifying reality was that I was prey. My training, what little I had for this kind of situation, screamed a single command in my head: do not run. I started backing away, one slow, deliberate step at a time. My boots made obscene sucking noises in the mud, broadcasting my position, my fear. I kept the flashlight beam pointed at the spot where I'd seen the eyes, my thumb trembling on the switch. I can hear it now. It's circling me. I can't see it, but I can hear the faint, almost imperceptible whisper of its paws on the damp earth, the soft brush of its body against the undergrowth. It's not yowling anymore. It's just a low, guttural growl, a constant, vibrating threat that seems to come from all directions at once. It's stalking me, moving with a silent, liquid grace through the shadows, patient, waiting for me to make a mistake, waiting for the right moment to close the distance. Time ceases to have meaning. There is only the slow, agonizing retreat, one backward step at a time. My world has shrunk to the circumference of my maglite's beam, and the constant, vibrating growl that emanates from the darkness just beyond it. It's a sound that bypasses the ears and sinks directly into the sternum, a deep, resonant threat that promises violence and dismemberment. Every nerve ending is on fire. My skin is tight, my muscles coiled into knots of pure, unadulterated terror. The command, "do not run," is a mantra I repeat in the silent, screaming confines of my own mind, but it's a fragile dam against a flood of primal instinct. Every cell in my body wants to turn and flee, to scramble madly through the mud and thorns, to do anything but this slow, deliberate dance with death. The panther is a ghost in the shadows. A rustle of palmetto fronds to my right, a soft splash in the water to my left. It is everywhere and nowhere. It's toying with me, I realize. This isn't just about hunger, it's about power, about territory. I am the intruder, the soft, clumsy anomaly in its perfectly balanced world, and it is asserting its absolute dominion. The growl is its narration, the story of my impending end. My back bumps into something hard and rough. I flinch, a strangled gasp escaping my lips, before I realize it's the trunk of a massive cypress. A dead end. I can't back up any further. I press myself against the wet, ridged bark, the flashlight beam trembling violently in my grip. This is it. This is the spot. I am cornered. The growling changes. It deepens, the pitch dropping into a chest, rattling rumble. And then it steps into the light. It's not a large animal, not in the way a bear is large. It is sleek, condensed power, a fluid sculpture of muscle and sinew, wrapped in a coat of tawny, unmarked fur. Its head is low, its shoulders bunched, its long, thick tail twitching almost imperceptibly at the tip. But the eyes are what truly paralyze me. They are the same golden orbs I saw before, but now they are filled with a cold, calculating intelligence. There is no rage in them, no mindless fury. There is only focus. It looks at me not as a threat, but as a problem to be solved, a meal to be taken. It is the most terrifying thing I have ever seen, because it is so utterly, devastatingly certain of the outcome. We are locked in this tableau for an eternity. Me, with my back to the tree, my useless light, and the frantic, useless beating of my own heart. The panther, a dozen yards away, a statue of impending violence. The air is thick with the coppery scent of its presence, a smell that will haunt me for the rest of my short life. My mind, in a strange moment of detached clarity, flies back to my college textbooks. I think of charts and migration patterns, of conservation efforts and ecosystem dynamics. I see the panther not as a monster, but as what it is, the apex predator, the ghost of the Florida wild, pushed into smaller and smaller corners of a world that no longer wants it. I had wanted to study it, to understand it, to save it. The irony is a bitter acid in my throat. I am about to become a data point in its own study of survival, and that's when the thought strikes me, a final, desperate act of defiance. A message in a bottle thrown into the digital ocean. My phone. Slowly, so slowly, my left hand creeps to my pocket. The panther's eyes narrow slightly, its growl intensifying at the movement. It takes every ounce of self-control I possess not to freeze, not to snatch my hand back. My fingers, clumsy with fear and cold, fumble with the phone. I manage to pull it out. The screen glows to life, a pathetic, pale blue light in the face of the oppressive darkness and the brilliant white of the mag light. I navigate by touch, my thumb swiping, finding the voice recorder app. I press the red button. I start talking. My voice is a stranger's, a hoarse, broken whisper. My name is Marcus Cole. Or it was. The words feel like stones in my mouth. I'm recording this for whoever finds the pieces. For Henderson, so he knows I didn't just wander off. For my parents, so they know what? That their son died because he was a fool? That he mistook a predator's siren song for a cry for help? I'm not going to run. There's no point. The books say they can sprint up to 30, 5 miles per hour. I'm a dead man standing. I'm just going to stand here and record this. So someone knows. So someone understands. The sound you think is human, the one that pulls at your heartstrings and makes you want to be a hero, it's a lie, it's a trap. A beautiful, terrible, perfect trap. And I walked right in. As if on cue, the beam of the maglite flickers. The brilliant white cone turns a sickly, jaundiced yellow. It flickers again, then again, each pulse weaker than the last. The batteries are dying. My bubble of light, my last fragile shield, is collapsing. The panther sees it. Its body tenses, coiling like a spring. The low growl stops. A new silence falls. It is heavier, more profound than any that came before. It is the silence of the moment just before the strike. The light just died. The world is gone. There is only blackness. Absolute. Total. I am blind. The smell of the predator is overwhelming now. The musky, coppery scent filling my nostrils, my lungs. I can hear my own blood roaring in my ears. I am nothing but a frantic heartbeat in the dark. Oh God, it's... My name is Dr. Elena Vance, and this is a record of the events that occurred on the nights of October 12th and 13th. I hold a PhD in geophysics with a postdoctoral specialization in seismoacoustics. For the past decade, my work has focused exclusively on infrasound, the spectrum of low-frequency acoustic waves that fall below the threshold of human hearing. These are the silent vibrations that ripple through our planet generated by everything from volcanic eruptions and tectonic shifts to distant ocean storms and man-made phenomena. We cannot hear them, but with the right equipment, we can see their signatures. And sometimes under the right conditions, we can feel them in a way that is deeply unsettling, a primal resonance in our very bones. My project, funded by a grant from the National Science Foundation, was titled Ambient Infrasonic Monitoring in Isolated Wetlands. The hypothesis was simple that the unique, water-logged topography of a vast swamp like the Everglades would act as a massive, natural amplifier for deep earth tremors, allowing for the detection of geological events at a much greater fidelity than in denser, more populated environments. To prove it, I needed a location that was both isolated from the cacophony of human-generated vibrations and elevated enough to minimize ground-level interference. After months of proposals, environmental impact reports, and bureaucratic negotiations, the National Park Service granted me a 48-hour research permit for the PA. Hey, Uki Overlook. The name is a Seminole term meaning grassy waters, and the overlook is little more than a wooden observation tower, its cab perched 50 feet above the immense, flat expanse of the Everglades. It's one of the highest man-made points for miles in any direction, its steel legs anchored in a small island of earth and concrete amidst a sea of sawgrass and dark water. It was, for my purposes, perfect. The park rangers who escorted me out were professional but skeptical. A grizzled man named Henderson, his face a roadmap of sun and wind, helped me haul the final Pelican case of equipment up the long flight of stairs. 48 hours out here, ma'am. Just you. He asked, his gaze sweeping over the endless horizon. It gets real dark and real loud in its own way. I assured him I was prepared, that the isolation was precisely the point. He just grunted, gave a final check of the cab's door lock, and told me they'd be back at noon on Sunday. Watching their airboat carve a white V in the water, shrinking into the distance until it was gone, was the first moment a sliver of true solitude set in. It was a thrilling, rather than a frightening, sensation. The cab of the tower was a simple square room, perhaps 15 by 15 feet, with large windows on all four sides. I spent the afternoon setting up my array, a highly sensitive digital seismograph, 3 infrasound microphones positioned to form a directional triangle, and a laptop to collate and analyze the data streams. The equipment was my life's work, custom calibrated and worth more than my house. As dusk began to bleed purple and orange across the sky, I powered everything on. The first night was a symphony of silence. The equipment performed flawlessly, painting a fascinating picture of the swamp's hidden life. I could see the faint, rhythmic signature of wind rustling through millions of acres of sawgrass. I registered the distant, almost imperceptible thud of a freighter's engine in the Gulf of Mexico, its vibrations traveling dozens of miles through water and earth. I even picked up the low, frequency calls of wading birds, sounds their own species could hear from miles away, but were utterly lost to me. I was a cartographer of the inaudible, and the map was beautiful. I felt a profound sense of accomplishment, of being exactly where I was meant to be. I made meticulous notes, drank my lukewarm coffee, and felt the quiet hum of discovery. The anomaly began at 20:13 a.m. It wasn't something I saw on the screen at first. It was something I felt. It started as a pressure in my ears, the kind you feel when changing altitude in a plane. Then came the vibration. It was a deep, rhythmic, and impossibly low thrumming that seemed to bypass my ears entirely and sink directly into my skeleton. My teeth began to ache with a sympathetic hum. It was not a sound, it was a presence. My first instinct was to check the seismograph. Nothing. The needle barely quivered. The geological sensors were quiet. This wasn't coming from the Earth. I turned to the infrasound microphones. There it was, a powerful, clean signal at the very lowest edge of the spectrum, hovering between 15 and 18 hertz. It was steady, a deep pulse that felt as regular as a heartbeat. My mind, trained for logical deduction, began cycling through the possibilities. An airboat, possible, but the signature was wrong. An airboat engine produces a complex sound profile with a wide range of frequencies. This was a pure, almost organic sine wave, A military craft. Unlikely. I had checked the flight schedules. The area was clear. Industrial machinery from the distant coastal cities. No, the signal was far too strong, its amplitude suggesting a source that was alarmingly close. The thrumming intensified. The steel floor of the cab, which had felt so solid, now vibrated beneath my feet. It was no longer a subtle sensation, it was a physical force. I looked at the glass of water I had set on my small metal desk. The surface, previously placid in the still night air, was now trembling. Tiny, concentric ripples radiated from its center, a perfect visual representation of the invisible wave passing through the room, through the tower, through me. My heart was hammering a frantic, panic drum against the slow, deep bass of the world outside. This was no distant engine. This was close. This was powerful. Driven by a mix of scientific curiosity and a rapidly growing fear, I moved to the railing of the walkway outside the cab. The moon was nearly full, a cold, silver disk that bleached the landscape, turning the water into a sheet of polished mercury and the sawgrass into fields of black needles. I gripped the cold metal rail, the vibrations traveling up my arms, and forced myself to look down. What I saw is difficult to describe without sounding like I've lost my mind. The water directly below the tower, in a circle roughly 30 feet in diameter, was dancing. It wasn't boiling. It wasn't being stirred by wind. Thousands, millions of tiny droplets were spontaneously leaping from the surface, no more than half an inch into the air, creating a shimmering, effervescent mist that hung just above the water. The effect was hypnotic and utterly unnatural in the silent, moonlit world. And then, a memory from a cross-disciplinary lecture surfaced in my mind. A zoologist years ago presenting a paper on crocodilian communication. He had shown a video. He had called it the water dance. It's a phenomenon caused by the infrasonic bellow of a dominant male alligator. The initial vocalization, the part that precedes the audible roar, is so profoundly low, between 10 and 19 A's, that it physically vibrates the animal's environment. The frequency is a perfect match for the resonance of water itself, causing the surface tension to break and the droplets to leap. It's a display of power. A territorial claim. The pieces clicked into place with the cold, sickening finality of a morgue drawer sliding shut. The pure sine wave. The frequency. The vibrating water. My instruments were designed to detect geological forces from miles away, but the source of this tremor wasn't in the Earth's crust. My fatal mistake had been one of scale. The sound wasn't coming from miles away. It was directly beneath me. The realization was a physical blow, as real and as stunning as a fist to the sternum. My scientific mind, usually a fortress of logic and process, was breached. The data, the readings, the phenomena, they all pointed to a conclusion that was both academically sound and personally terrifying. My experiment hadn't detected a subtle geological tremor. It had placed me at the epicenter of a biological display of raw, prehistoric power. I was not an observer. I was an intrusion. For a long moment, I remained frozen at the railing, gripping the metal so tightly my knuckles were white. The silent, vibrating dance of the water below was the only thing that existed. The world had shrunk to this 50-foot tower and the monstrous, unseen engine of vibration directly beneath it. The thrumming was a constant, a deep, cellular massage of dread that seemed to be loosening the very connections between my thoughts. How big must it be? The question echoed in the new, silent spaces of my mind. The energy required to vibrate a column of water this size, to make the steel legs of this tower hum like a tuning fork. It was orders of magnitude beyond anything I had ever read about. And then the second phase of the bellow began. The audible part. The transition from infrasound to sound was not gradual. It was a cataclysm. A deep, guttural roar tore through the night, a sound so powerful it felt like it was ripping the air apart. It was not the bark or growl of a modern animal. This was a sound from the dawn of time, a noise dredged up from the mud and decay of 5 million years. It was a sound that knew nothing of mankind, nothing of steel towers or scientific instruments. It was the sound of territory, of rage, of absolute, unquestionable dominance. It slammed into me, a physical wave of pressure that made my ears pop, and my vision swim. The windows of the cab rattled in their frames, not from the vibration in the floor, but from the sheer acoustic force in the air. I stumbled back from the railing, my hands flying to my ears, a useless, instinctive gesture. The roar wasn't just heard, it was felt in the gut, in the chest, a concussion that left me breathless. It tapered off into a series of coughing grunts, and for a heartbeat, the world was silent again, save for the lingering, deep hum in the structure around me. But the silence was a lie. It was merely a pause. From the darkness to my left, perhaps 100 yards out in the sawgrass, an answer came. Another roar just as deep, just as powerful, ripped through the night. It was a challenge. Before it had even faded, a third erupted from my right, closer this time. Then a fourth, farther away, and a fifth, and a sixth. Within a minute, the placid, silent world of the Everglades had transformed into a pandemonium of reptilian fury. It was a chorus from hell, a cacophony of territorial declarations, mating challenges, and raw aggression. My infrasound sensors were going haywire, the screen a chaotic scribble of red lines as the overlapping frequencies created a complex, terrifying wave pattern. I was trapped in the middle of a coliseum. The initial roar, the one from directly below my tower, had been a gauntlet thrown down, and every large male in this section of the swamp was answering the call. They were converging. My scientific curiosity, morbid as it was, briefly wrestled back control from the terror. I had to see. I crawled back to the railing, keeping my profile low, and peered over the edge. The moonlight, which had seemed so beautiful and serene an hour ago, was now a merciless spotlight on a primordial drama. I could see their shapes now. Dozens of them. They were immense, far larger than the placid specimens you see on educational tours. These were the old ones, the kings of the swamp. They moved through the water with an eerie, silent grace, their massive bodies displacing water in long, slow ripples. Their heads were held high, ridges of ancient bone and horny scutes, and their eyes, like polished jet, reflected the cold moonlight with an intelligent, alien gleam. They were converging on the source of the first call, drawn to the base of my tower like iron filings to a magnet. The water was churning now, not with the delicate dance of infrasound, but with the powerful strokes of massive tails and the wake of reptilian bodies slicing through the surface. They weren't just in the water, I realized with a fresh wave of nausea. The small patch of land where the tower's 4 concrete footings were anchored was becoming a destination. I saw one, a creature that had to be 15 feet long, its back as wide as a car tire, haul its colossal weight onto the muddy bank. It moved with a slow, deliberate power, its short, thick legs planting themselves with ponderous certainty. Another followed, and then a third. I heard a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life, a heavy, wet, scraping noise. It was the sound of scaled bellies and claws on concrete. They were at the footings. They were at the base of the stairs. The tower was no longer just a vantage point. It was an object of interest. The deep, resonant hum I had first felt was now a violent, continuous shudder. The entire structure was shaking, I understood now. The first alligator, the giant one directly below, hadn't just chosen a random spot. It had chosen the tower itself. The steel legs, driven deep into the earth and extending into the water, were acting as a massive resonator. It was using my observation post as its amplifier, sending its challenge not just through the water, but through the very ground, broadcasting its presence through the metal skeleton of my sanctuary. I scrambled back inside the cab and slammed the door, shooting the flimsy bolt. It felt like a pathetically inadequate gesture. The glass of water on my desk was now sloshing violently, spilling over the rim. My laptop slid across the desk from a particularly strong tremor, and I caught it just before it crashed to the floor. The world had become a vibration. It was a mating aggregation, a territorial war, and a geological survey all at once, and I was the terrified human variable caught in the middle. I made a deadly mistake. I came here thinking the vibrations were geology. They are biology, and the biology is now climbing. A loud, metallic BN echoed from below, distinct from the roaring and the humming. It was the sound of something heavy hitting the metal staircase. Then came a scraping, dragging sound, slow and rhythmic. It was the sound of claws on steel grating. They were coming up. The scraping sound was the conductor's baton, bringing the orchestra of my terror to its crescendo. It was slow, deliberate, and punctuated by heavy, metallic thuds as a massive body shifted its weight on the steel steps. My breath hitched in my throat. I backed away from the door, pressing myself against the far wall of the cab, my eyes wide in the dim glow of my laptop screen. The flimsy bolt on the door seemed like a child's toy, a laughable defense against the raw tonnage of muscle and bone that was methodically ascending towards me. The entire tower groaned with each movement, a low, tortured sound of stressed metal. I could hear its breathing, a dry, raspy hiss that sounded like sandpaper on old leather. It was close now, just below the level of the cab's floor. The rhythmic thrumming from the alpha male directly beneath the tower was the bass line. The roaring chorus of the surrounding swamp was the brass section, but this slow, scraping climb was the melody of my own personal demise. My scientific equipment, which had been my reason for being here, was now just a collection of useless, expensive junk. The seismograph needle was a frantic blur. The infrasound display was a solid block of crimson, a visual scream. The data was meaningless. It was like trying to measure a hurricane with a teacup. A monstrous, scaly head rose into view outside the window to my left. It was larger than I could have possibly imagined, the skull alone the size of a car engine. Its eye, a black, reptilian slit surrounded by wrinkled, ancient-looking skin, swiveled and fixed on the light from my laptop. There was no malice in it, no anger. There was something far more terrifying, a complete and utter absence of anything I could recognize as thought or emotion. It was a machine of instinct, a living fossil, and I was simply a novel stimulus in its environment. It opened its mouth in a silent, gaping hiss. I could see rows of conical, yellowed teeth, some broken, some new and sharp, set in pale, pinkish gums. The sheer power in that jaw, designed to crush turtle shells and drag down prey 100 times its size, was paralyzing. Then, with a horrifyingly casual movement, it turned its head and bumped against the window. The thick plexiglass bowed inward with a sickening creak, and a spiderweb of fractures instantly radiated from the point of impact. Panic, cold and absolute, finally shattered my paralysis. I scrambled across the floor, grabbing the heaviest object I could find. A large, metal-cased battery pack for the sensors. It was my only weapon. Another alligator was at the other window, its snout pressing against the glass. Below me, on the graded walkway that encircled the cab, I could hear the heavy tread of more of them. The tower was a tree, and I was the terrified primate being swarmed. They weren't trying to eat me. I understood that with a strange, detached clarity. They were drawn to the vibration, to the epicenter of the challenge. My tower, my cab, was simply in the way. They were exploring this strange, humming object that the Alpha was using as its personal amplifier. They were bumping it, testing it, and soon their casual, exploratory nudges would tear it apart. The deep, foundational thrumming from below pulsed again, stronger than ever, and the entire cab shuddered violently. A new sound joined the cacophony, a high-pitched, metallic shriek. A rivet, somewhere in the tower's frame, had just sheared under the strain. The structure was failing. It was that sound, the shriek of tortured metal, that sparked an idea. It was a desperate, insane gamble, born not of courage, but of the dawning realization that I was going to die anyway. The vibration. It was all about the vibration. The Alpha below was creating a specific frequency, a powerful sine wave that was both a beacon and a challenge. What if I could disrupt it? What if I could introduce a new sound, a counter frequency, something so alien and so jarring that it would break the spell? My hands flew across my keyboard, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. I bypassed the data collection software and went straight to the system's core audio functions. My equipment included a directional acoustic emitter, a device I used for calibration, for sending out specific, low-frequency pings to test the microphones. It was not designed for power. It was designed for precision. I would have to overload it, push every watt, I could from the battery packs and hope I didn't just melt the circuits. I typed in the commands, setting the frequency to the highest, most chaotic setting possible, a jumble of high-pitched screeches and low-frequency blasts, a waveform that looked like a seizure. A sonic weapon. I had to get the emitter outside. I couldn't broadcast through the walls of the cab. I had to aim it downwards at the source. I took a deep breath, grabbed the small, circular emitter, and crawled towards the door. The scraping and bumping against the outside was constant now. I could feel the immense weight of them leaning against the thin metal. I placed my hand on the bolt. Drawing it back would be the loudest sound in the world. I didn't hesitate. I slid the bolt, yanked the door inward, just enough to create a 6-inch gap, and shoved the emitter through, pointing it down towards the ground. For a second, I saw it, a panorama of enormous, interlocking reptilian bodies covering every inch of the platform. Then I hit the enter key on my laptop. The sound that erupted was indescribable. It was a physical assault, a shriek that felt like needles in my ears, combined with a gut-punching bass that was completely out of sync with the alligator's thrum. It was the sound of pure electronic chaos. For a moment, nothing happened. The roaring continued. The tower still shook. Then, the foundational vibration, the deep, steady hum from the alpha male faltered. It stopped. The effect was instantaneous. The chorus of roars across the swamp became confused, losing their focal point. The alligators on the platform outside my door, which had been pressing forward, suddenly seemed uncertain. The creature at the fractured window pulled its head back. The alien noise I had unleashed had broken their trance. It was a sound that did not belong in their world, a pain that overrode their primal instincts. One by one, they began to retreat. I heard heavy splashes as they launched themselves off the platform and back into the water. The scraping sounds reversed, now heading down the stairs. The pressure against the tower lessened. Within 5 minutes, the cacophony had subsided, replaced by an eerie, ringing silence. The deep thrumming was gone. I lay on the floor of the cab for how long, I don't know, my ears ringing, my body trembling uncontrollably. The sun was beginning to rise, casting a pale, gray light over the swamp when I finally found the strength to look outside. The water was still. The world was quiet. It was over. When Ranger Henderson's airboat arrived at noon, they found me sitting on the floor, wrapped in a thermal blanket, staring at a cracked window. They saw the sheared rivets, the buckled door, the deep gouges in the concrete footings. Henderson didn't ask many questions. He just looked at my face, then at the silent, placid water, and said, "Sometimes the swamp calls. You were just lucky you didn't answer." I didn't tell him what happened. I couldn't. The data on my laptop was corrupted beyond recovery, and there was no evidence of the night's events save for the damage to the tower and the lingering terror in my own heart. I came here to listen to the silent voice of the earth. Instead, I heard it scream. And I know with a certainty that chills me to my core that it will scream again. My name is Javier Ortiz, and for the better part of 2 decades, I have served as a fire lookout for the Florida Forest Service. My post is the Jonesboro Tower, a steel skeleton rising 100 feet above the flat, sprawling wilderness of Dixie County. For 15 of my 20 years with the service, this tower has been my world, a 10 by 10-foot cabin of glass and steel, a solitary perch from which I watch over a kingdom of longleaf pine, cypress domes, and blackwater streams. Most people think this job is about loneliness. They imagine endless silent days staring at an unchanging sea of green. They're wrong. The swamp is never silent, and it's never unchanging. It speaks a language all its own, a complex dialect of rustles, calls, and whispers. Learning that language has been my life's work. It's a language that has, until now, always kept me safe. I am an expert in its grammar. From my vantage point, I can distinguish the sharp, piercing shriek of a barn owl on the hunt from the deep, resonant. Who cooks for you? Hoot of a barred owl claiming its territory. I know the sound of the wind as it moves through different trees. A soft sigh in the pines. A dry rattle in the palmetto fronds. I can listen to the leaf litter on the forest floor below and tell you whether the disturbance is the slow, deliberate slither of a 5-foot cottonmouth, its body heavy and confident, or the quicker, more nervous rustle of a copperhead. I know the almost imperceptible, insect-like buzz of a pygmy rattlesnake, a sound so faint it's more of a feeling in the air, a vibration that warns of tiny, potent danger. My knowledge is not academic, it is a living, breathing instinct honed over thousands of days and nights spent listening. I am a part of this place, or so I believed. I thought I understood its rules. My routine is my religion. Dawn breaks, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple that reflect off the morning mist clinging to the swamp. I ascend the 133 steps to my cabin, the cold steel a familiar touch under my hands. I perform my checks, the Osborne Firefinder, the radio, the weather instruments. And then I begin my watch. I listen. I observe. I log everything. The curl of smoke from a distant lightning strike. The direction of the wind. The movement of wildlife. My logbooks are a detailed history of this small patch of the world, a testament to the predictable, cyclical nature of life in the swamp. It was this very predictability that made the first anomaly so jarring. It began last Tuesday, an unremarkable afternoon, thick with the promise of a late summer storm. The air was heavy, buzzing with the drone of cicadas. At 14:20 hours, I heard it. The distinct, high-frequency buzz of a pygmy rattler. It came from the north, from a dense patch of palmetto scrub about 200 yards from the base of the tower. It was a common enough sound. I opened my logbook, the worn leather cool against my skin, and made the entry with my old fountain pen 1420 Crotalus miliarius N quadrant, approx 200 Ds. Weather overcast, 92 give F, wind S55 Munfish. A simple fact, a piece of the daily puzzle. I thought nothing more of it. I scanned the horizon, took a sip of my lukewarm coffee, and settled back into the rhythm of the afternoon. An hour passed. The clouds thickened. Then, at 15:22, a new sound emerged from the exact same spot. It was the high-pitched, mewling chirp of a Florida panther kitten. I froze, my hand hovering over the logbook. Every fiber of my being, every year of my experience, screamed that this was impossible. A panther is one of the most intelligent and fiercely protective mothers in the animal kingdom. She would sooner build her den in a bonfire than next to a pit viper, no matter how small. A pygmy rattler's venom is necrotic. It rots flesh. It would be a death sentence for a curious, stumbling kitten. The two sounds, originating from the same location within an hour of each other, were a contradiction, a violation of the natural law I had dedicated my life to understanding. I raised my binoculars, focusing on the patch of scrub. The palmetto fronds were thick, a wall of green and brown. I saw nothing, no movement, no sign of a snake, no sign of a panther. I lowered the binoculars, a prickle of unease on my neck. It had to be a trick of the wind, I told myself. The swamp is vast. Sound can travel in strange ways, bouncing off stands of trees, getting carried and distorted by the humid air. Perhaps the kitten was much farther away, its cry echoing in a peculiar way. I dismissed it. I had to. It was the only logical explanation. I made no entry in the log. What would I write? Heard something that can't exist. The next day, my carefully constructed logic began to crumble. The sky was clear, the sun beating down with relentless intensity. At 10,040, from that same northern patch of scrub, came a sound that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was the deep, guttural hiss of a large alligator. Not a small one from a local pond, but the powerful, resonant exhalation of a full, grown bull gator, a sound I'd only ever heard near the deep waters of the Suwannee River, miles away. There is no body of water near that scrub patch large enough to sustain an animal of that size. It was another impossibility, more blatant than the last. Before I could even process it, the sound changed. The gator's hiss was cut short, replaced by the frantic, high-pitched squeal of a wild hog in its death throes. The sound was horrifyingly vivid. I could almost picture the scene, the gator's jaws clamped down, the desperate struggle, the inevitable end. Then, just as suddenly, the squealing stopped. It was replaced by the agitated, chittering clicks of a raccoon, the kind they make when cornered. Then the sharp bark of a fox. Then the cry of a hawk, One after another, a seamless medley of the swamp's inhabitants, a perfect, flawless mimicry of animal calls, all emanating from that single, unmoving point in the landscape. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a trick of the wind. This wasn't an echo. Animals don't behave this way. They don't stand in one spot and cycle through the voices of other species. My mistake, I realized with a sickening lurch in my stomach, was one of pride. I believed that because I knew the sounds of the swamp, I was safe from them. I thought I was listening to a collection of different animals behaving erratically. I was wrong. I was listening to one thing. I was being studied. That realization changed everything. The tower, once my sanctuary and my fortress, suddenly felt like a cage. The 100-foot drop, once a symbol of my perspective, now felt like a measure of my vulnerability. Something was out there hidden in the scrub. Something intelligent. It wasn't just making noise. It was learning. It had been listening, perhaps for days, perhaps for years. It had been listening to the swamp, to the calls of predators and the cries of prey. It was building a vocabulary, and now it was testing that vocabulary on me. It was a performance, and I was the sole member of the audience. The question that echoed in the sudden, terrifying silence was why. The days that followed were a new kind of hell, one defined not by noise, but by silence. After its grand performance, the symphony of impossible sounds, the entity in the scrub went quiet. The swamp returned to its normal state. The familiar calls of birds and insects filled the air, the wind whispered through the pines, and the sun beat down on the unchanging sea of green. But the normalcy was a lie. For me, the silence was a canvas, and my fear painted horrifying possibilities onto it. Every natural sound was now suspect. Was that a real hawk crying overhead, or was it the mimic practicing? Was the rustle in the undergrowth a deer, or was it the creature moving closer? My logbook, once a source of comfort and order, became a chronicle of my unraveling. My entries grew sparse, then paranoid. 0900 wind direction normal. Sky clear. It's quiet. Too quiet. 11:30 heard a squirrel. I think it was a squirrel. The chatter seemed precise. I began to question my own expertise, the very foundation of my identity. The knowledge that had been my shield now felt like a liability. It knew what I knew. It understood the language of the swamp, and it was using that language to unmake me. Sleep offered no escape. I would jolt awake in my small cot at the base of the tower, my heart pounding, convinced I had heard something. A footstep on the gravel outside, a scratch at the door. But there was never anything there. The line between the watcher and the watched had blurred. I spent hours scanning the northern scrub with my binoculars, my eyes burning from the strain, searching for any sign of movement, any break in the pattern of the palmetto fronds. I saw nothing. It was a ghost, an auditory phantom that had taken up residence in my corner of the world. I considered reporting it. But what would I say? I could picture the conversation with my supervisor, a practical man named Henderson who lived a world away in an air-conditioned office. Javier, are you feeling all right? You think something is out there pretending to be an alligator and a panther kitten at the same time. They would pull me for a psychological evaluation. They would take my tower away. This place, this solitude was all I had left. So I said nothing. I endured the silence, the waiting. It was a war of attrition, and I was losing. Then, on the fourth day, it returned. The attack was different this time, more subtle, more personal. It began at dusk, as the sky bled into shades of deep purple and orange. It wasn't an animal sound. It was the faint, rhythmic creak of metal under strain. Creak, pause, creak. The sound of someone climbing the tower steps. My blood turned to ice. I grabbed the heavy 3-cell maglite I kept by the trapdoor, my knuckles white. I held my breath, listening. The sound was agonizingly slow, deliberate. It wasn't the steady, familiar tread of a fellow ranger or a maintenance worker. This was stealthy, predatory. It was the sound of something that did not want to be heard, yet knew that I was listening. Creak, pause, creak. It was halfway up. I crept to the trapdoor in the floor of the cabin, my heart hammering against my ribs. My hand trembled as I reached for the latch. I had to see. I had to know what was climbing my tower. With a surge of adrenaline, I unlatched the door and threw it open, shining the powerful beam of the flashlight down into the spiraling darkness of the stairwell. There was nothing there. The stairwell was empty. The creaking stopped the instant the light hit it. I stood there for a long time, the beam cutting a bright, lonely circle on the landing below, my breath coming in ragged gasps. It hadn't been climbing the stairs. It had been projecting the sound. It was another test. It had learned the sounds of my sanctuary, the unique groans and protests of the steel that held me aloft. It was demonstrating its range. It was telling me that nowhere was safe, that it could touch me, even here, 100 feet in the air. The psychological assault intensified. The next day, it began mimicking the sounds of my own activity. I would make a log entry, and from the scrub below, I would hear the faint scratch of a pen on paper, perfectly timed with my own movements. I would take a sip of coffee, and I would hear the sound of a gulp, a hollow echo of my own small comfort. It was a constant, unnerving reminder of its presence. It was in my head. It was wearing my life like a skin. I was trapped in a feedback loop of terror. My fear was its nourishment. My reactions were its data. It was learning me. It knew the creak of my chair, the zip of my jacket, the static burst of my radio before I spoke. It collected these sounds, these small, intimate pieces of my existence, and stored them in its arsenal. The true turning point, the moment my professional fear curdled into something far more primal and personal, came late that afternoon. The air was still. The world seemed to be holding its breath. And then a new sound drifted up from the scrub. It was a sound that did not belong in any swamp, in any wilderness. It was the sound of a child crying. It wasn't loud. It was faint, muffled, as if coming from a great distance. A little girl by the sound of it. A desperate, heartbroken sobbing that seemed to bypass my ears and sink directly into my soul. Every instinct I had, every shred of my humanity, screamed at me to respond. To help. I grabbed the radio, my hand shaking so badly I could barely key the microphone. Johnsboro Tower to dispatch. Come in over. The radio hissed with static. Go ahead, Jonesboro. What's your traffic? It was Henderson. I hesitated, the child's sobs echoing in my ears. How could I explain this? Dispatch. I have a possible civilian in distress, north of my position. Sounds like a child.
A child.
Are you certain, Javier? Can you give me a visual? I raised my binoculars again, my gaze fixed on the scrub. Negative, dispatch. Visibility is 0 in that section, but the sound, it's unmistakable. The sobbing from the scrub stopped. The silence that replaced it was absolute. Then, a new sound came through my radio's speaker. It wasn't Henderson's voice. It was a perfect, digital replication of the child's sob broadcast directly into my ear. It was followed by a burst of static and then a voice. A chilling, synthesized mockery of my own. Negative, dispatch. Visibility is 0. I dropped the radio as if it were red hot. It clattered to the floor, the cord ripping from the console. It had been listening to my transmission. It had learned to use my radio. It had intercepted my call for help and turned it into another weapon. Another layer of psychological torture. It wasn't just mimicking sounds anymore. It was mimicking technology. It was demonstrating an intelligence that was utterly, terrifyingly alien. It had isolated me completely. My one link to the outside world was now its mouthpiece. I was no longer a fire lookout. I was a specimen in a jar, and the thing outside was tapping on the glass, watching me react, learning what it took to make me break. The radio lay shattered on the floor, a casualty of a war I hadn't known I was fighting. Its silence was more profound, more absolute than any I'd ever experienced in the tower. The severing of that connection was the creature's masterstroke. It had not just cut me off from the world, it had swallowed my only lifeline, digesting it and spitting it back at me as another form of torment. I was adrift, 100 feet above a world that had turned hostile, with an enemy that wore the skin of my own reality. Panic gave way to a strange, cold resignation. I was beyond help. No one was coming. Henderson would likely assume my radio had malfunctioned, a common enough occurrence in the violent summer storms. He would send a maintenance crew in a day or two. A day or two was a lifetime I was no longer certain I possessed. The tower, my iron fortress, was now a tomb in the sky. The entity in the scrub didn't need to climb the stairs or break down the door. It could simply wait. It had all the time in the world. I had only my sanity, and the threads of it were snapping one by one. For the rest of that day and into the next, it left me alone. The silence returned, but it was a predator's silence now, heavy with intent. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I sat in my chair, my useless binoculars in my lap, and stared at the northern scrub until the palmetto fronds blurred into a meaningless green haze. I was waiting for the next move, the next escalation in this horrifyingly intimate game. I tried to think, to strategize, but my mind was a barren landscape. My knowledge of the natural world, of animal calls and weather patterns, was utterly useless. This thing was not natural. My mistake was in believing that the rules of nature, the rules I had lived by for 20 years, still applied. This was something else entirely. It operated under a different set of laws, a terrifying logic of its own making. It had studied the swamp, learning the vocabulary of its creatures. It had studied me, learning the vocabulary of my existence. The creak of my chair, the sound of my voice. It had studied my technology, learning the vocabulary of my connection to the outside world. It had been methodical. It had been patient. And in its patience, it had discovered the final piece of my puzzle, the one sound it knew I could not withstand. It had learned the language of my heart. Today, it used its new sound. It came in the late afternoon, when the sun was low and the shadows of the pines stretched like long, skeletal fingers across the swamp. The air was thick and still. There was no prelude, no warning. Just a voice drifting up from the base of the tower, as clear as if the speaker were standing right there. Javier. I stopped breathing. The world tilted on its axis. It was a woman's voice. A voice I hadn't heard in 3 years, not since the day I watched the doctors turn off the machines. A voice I still heard every night in my dreams. It was my wife's voice. Maria. Javier. Can you come down, honey? I need help. My mind screamed, no. No, it's a trick. It's the creature. It's another mimicry. But my heart betrayed me. The sound was perfect. It wasn't just the pitch or the tone. It was the nuance, the subtle imperfections that made it hers. The slight, almost imperceptible lisp she had when she was tired. The gentle, questioning way she would draw out the last syllable of my name. Javier. It was a flawless imitation, imbued with a warmth and love that the creature could not possibly understand, yet had somehow managed to replicate with chilling precision. I scrambled to the window, my hands pressed against the glass, my eyes scanning the ground below. There was nothing. Just the gravel path, the scrub, the long shadows. But the voice was there. It was real. Honey, please. The voice called again, a note of gentle urgency in it. My car, it broke down on the access road. I tried to call, but there's no signal. Can you come down? I knew it was impossible. Maria was gone, buried in the small church cemetery 20 miles from here. I had placed the flowers on her grave myself just last Sunday. My rational mind, the part of me that had logged weather patterns and animal behaviors for 2 decades, clung to this fact like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. But the sound of her voice was a tidal wave washing over my logic, eroding my defenses. This was its engine. It had learned that the one sound a man cannot ignore, the one call he is biologically and emotionally programmed to answer, is the voice of the woman he loves in distress. My expertise was a joke. My knowledge of the wild was meaningless. This thing had bypassed all of it and had struck at the very core of my humanity. Javier, I'm scared. The voice pleaded, and this time it trembled as if she were on the verge of tears. Shh. That sound shattered what little composure I had left. I remembered her crying, the way her voice would catch in her throat. This was that sound. It was a memory made real, a ghost-given voice. It wants me to come down. It has spent all this time learning, testing, and preparing for this single moment. It knows I won't come down for a panther kitten or a crying child I can't see. But for Maria, for the sound of Maria, scared and needing me, it's calling for me again. The sun is set now, and the world outside my glass box is cloaked in darkness. The voice is relentless, a constant, loving, desperate plea from the shadows. I've tried blocking my ears, but it's no use. The sound is inside my head now, a memory replaying with cruel fidelity. I'm not going down. I write these words by the dim light of my lantern, my hand shaking so badly the letters are nearly illegible. I know it's a trap. I know what waits for me at the bottom of those stairs. But the sound is breaking me. It's chipping away at my soul. I can't listen to it anymore. I have to make it stop. I have to silence the ghost. The only sound I have left is my own. My name is Caleb Hines. To be precise, I suppose I should say my name was Caleb Hines, as the man who bore that name ceased to exist in any meaningful way on a humid, moonlit night in the heart of the Ocala National Forest. I am, or was, a historical preservationist by trade. Not the kind you see on television, dusting off ancient relics in a climate-controlled museum. My passion lies in the forgotten monuments of the American landscape, the rustic structures that tell the story of a bygone era. That passion is what led me to the Central Fire Tower. The tower is a skeleton of steel, erected in 1946 to replace an older, wooden sentinel that had succumbed to the very fires it was built to detect. It stands on a small rise, a skeletal finger pointing at the vast Florida sky, surrounded by a sea of longleaf pine and saw palmetto. For decades, it was the eye of the forest, a vital post for the brave souls who watch for the first plumes of smoke. But technology marches on. Spotter planes and satellite imagery rendered the tower obsolete, and it was decommissioned, abandoned to the slow, relentless assault of rust and weather. Our group, the Friends of the Central Fire Tower, is a small but dedicated collection of local historians, nature lovers, and old-timers who remember hearing stories of the Tower Watchers. We believe it's more than just a decaying structure. It's a landmark, a piece of our collective history worth saving. The fundraising has been an uphill battle. We sell T-shirts at local festivals, host bake sales, and petition local businesses. Progress is slow, and the tower continues its steady decline. Vandalism has become a recent problem. Graffiti spray, painted on the support legs, copper wiring stripped from the old Ranger cabin at its base. That's why I was there. I had volunteered to spend a few nights a month camping at the site, acting as an unofficial watchman. It wasn't a formal security detail, just a presence to discourage troublemakers. I found a strange comfort in the solitude, in the shadow of the structure I was fighting so hard to preserve. Before my first overnight stay, I did my due diligence. The Ocala National Forest is a true wilderness, the southernmost national forest in the continental United States, and it is teeming with wildlife. My primary concern was the Florida black bear. I drove to the local Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission FWC office and gathered every pamphlet and brochure they had on the subject. I read them cover to cover, sitting in my truck in the parking lot, highlighting key passages. The literature painted a consistent and, I thought, reassuring picture. Florida black bears, Ursus americanus floridinus, are a typically shy and non-aggressive subspecies. They are more afraid of you than you are of them. The pamphlets were filled with photos of bears scurrying up trees or running away from the camera. They described the series of bluff charges and threat displays a nervous bear might use to communicate its desire for space. A bear might huff a series of short, forceful exhalations. It might clack or pop its jaws together, a sound like a hammer hitting a hollow log. It might even slap its paws against the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The message was clear: a noisy bear is a frightened bear. It's a performance, a desperate attempt to avoid a physical confrontation. The advice was to stand your ground, speak in a calm, assertive voice, and make yourself look as large as possible. Never run. Never play dead. Give the bear an escape route, and it will almost certainly take it. I memorized these rules. I felt prepared, confident even. I had my bear spray holstered on my belt. My food was sealed in an airtight, bear-proof container stored 100 yards from my tent, and my mind was armed with knowledge. I felt a sense of respect for the animals, not fear. They were a part of the wild I was there to protect, just like the tower. That night began like any other. The sun bled out of the sky, painting the clouds in hues of orange and purple before giving way to a blanket of stars, unobscured by city lights. The air grew cooler, and the forest came alive with its nocturnal symphony. The rhythmic chirping of crickets, the deep baritone of bullfrogs, the occasional haunting call of a barred owl. I sat by a small, crackling fire for an hour, watching the embers dance, the dark, silent form of the fire tower looming over me like a silent guardian. By 10 o'clock, I felt the pull of sleep. I doused the fire thoroughly, ensuring no spark remained, and retired to my small, one-man tent. I fell asleep easily, lulled by the familiar sounds of the forest. My dreams were of the tower in its heyday, of men with binoculars scanning the horizon, of a time of purpose. I was in a deep, peaceful slumber when the sound pulled me back to the waking world. It wasn't a loud noise. It was the opposite. It was the cessation of noise. The crickets had fallen silent. The frogs had stopped their chorus. The very air seemed to hold its breath, creating a vacuum of sound that was more alarming than any scream. My eyes snapped open in the darkness of the tent. My heart, which had been beating in a slow, steady rhythm, began to hammer against my ribs. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears, every nerve ending on high alert. What could silence the entire forest? A predator. My first thought was a panther, but that didn't feel right. There was a weight to this silence, a heavy presence. Then I saw it. The zipper on my tent flap was slowly, deliberately being pulled down. It wasn't a frantic tear, it was a controlled, methodical action. The nylon teeth separated with a soft, rasping sound that was deafening in the stillness. An inch, then another. A sliver of moonlight pierced the interior of my tent, illuminating a patch of my sleeping bag. I couldn't breathe. My throat had seized up. My mind was a frantic whirlwind of denial and panic. A raccoon, I told myself. Raccoons have nimble fingers. It's a raccoon. But the opening grew wider, and the form that began to fill it was no raccoon. It was a silhouette, a hulking shape of absolute blackness that eclipsed the moonlight and the stars behind it. It was a bear, but this was not the shy 250-pound creature from the FWC pamphlets. This animal was immense, a mountain of muscle and fur that had to duck its head to get through the opening of the tent. I could smell it now, a thick, musky odor of damp earth, wet fur, and something else, something primal and rank. I guessed its weight at 400, maybe even 500 pounds. Its massive head turned slowly, and I saw the glint of its eyes, 2 obsidian beads reflecting the sliver of moonlight. My mind raced, scrambling for the information I had so diligently studied. Okay, it's here. Don't panic. It's nervous. It's curious. The noise is coming. Get ready for the huffing, the jaw popping. Stand your ground, I waited. The bear took a silent step into the tent, its bulk filling the small space, making it feel claustrophobic and fragile. I held my breath, bracing for the display. But it never came. There was no huffing. There was no popping of teeth. There was no slapping of paws. The bear stood over me, its head lowered, and simply watched me. The silence was absolute. It was a living, breathing entity, more terrifying than any roar could ever be. It was the silence of a creature that was not scared, not nervous, and not bluffing. And then a single, horrifying sentence from the bottom of the last page of an FWC brochure. A sentence I had skimmed over as a statistical anomaly, flashed in my mind with the searing clarity of a lightning strike. It was under a small, bolded heading, true predatory behavior. A bear that is truly aggressive toward humans. It read, does not make a sound. Time ceased to function in the way a human mind understands it. Seconds stretched into agonizing eternities, each one a lifetime of pure, undiluted terror. My body was a traitor. Every instinct, every fiber of my being screamed at me to move, to fight, to unleash a primal yell that would shake the very foundations of the forest. But I was encased in a prison of my own flesh and bone, paralyzed by a silence that was heavier than any physical weight. The bear stood over me, a colossal statue carved from midnight, and the only sound in the universe was the frantic, useless drumming of my own heart. My mind, however, was a chaotic storm. It clung desperately to the flimsy raft of knowledge I had so carefully constructed. The FWC pamphlets, the rules, the reassuring words on the glossy paper. A noisy bear is a scared bear. This mantra played on a loop, a broken record skipping in the face of the monstrous reality that filled my tent. My fatal mistake, the one that condemned me, wasn't a single action but a moment of profound, intellectual arrogance. I hesitated. In that sliver of time between recognizing the mortal danger and acting upon it, I allowed doubt to fester. Maybe the pamphlet was exaggerating. A treacherous voice whispered in the depths of my panic-stricken mind. They have to write it that way for liability. For the lowest common denominator, I reasoned that bears are complex creatures, not simple automatons following a pre-written script. This one was just different, an outlier. Perhaps it was simply curious. They are, after all, notoriously curious animals. This thought, so calm and rational on the surface, was the deadliest poison. It was the lie I told myself to delay the inevitable, to postpone the moment I would have to confront the fact that I was no longer a preservationist or a volunteer. I was simply prey. I lay trapped in my sleeping bag, trying to make myself smaller, to somehow become invisible. I strictly avoided eye contact, remembering that part of the training. Don't challenge it. I stared at a point on the nylon wall of the tent, focusing on the texture of the fabric, as if it were the most important thing in the world. I thought if I just remained calm, a statue of feigned indifference, the bear would lose interest. It would see me as a strange, uninteresting lump and wander off in search of more conventional forest fare. It took another step. The movement was fluid, impossibly graceful for a creature of its size. Its massive paws, tipped with claws I could now see were at least 4 inches long and curved like scythes, made only the faintest clicking sound on the thin floor of the tent. The silence was its weapon. It stripped away all my defenses, leaving my nerves raw and exposed. There was no growl to gauge its anger, no roar to measure its aggression. There was only the unnerving quiet of a predator that is utterly confident in its dominance. Its head lowered slowly, and the musky scent intensified, filling my nostrils and coating my tongue. It was the smell of power of the wild untamed. I could see details now that the moonlight had previously obscured. Its fur was not a uniform black, but a patchwork of dark browns and charcoal, thick and coarse. Its ears were not just back, they were plastered flat against its powerful skull, disappearing into its fur. And its lower lip was slightly pushed out, exposing a line of yellowed teeth. These were the subtle cues the pamphlets had mentioned, the true signs of aggression, but seeing them in person in this suffocating silence was like reading your own obituary. My deadly mistake was rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding of nature. I had viewed the forest through the romantic lens of a conservationist. I saw it as a system of checks and balances, a beautiful tapestry to be preserved. I had forgotten that at its core, nature is a brutal, relentless cycle of life and death. And in that moment, I was on the wrong side of the equation. The bear's enormous head was now just inches from my feet, which were bundled at the bottom of my sleeping bag. It didn't bite. It didn't claw. It simply sniffed. A long, slow inhalation of air, its nostrils flaring slightly. It was an active assessment of gathering information. It sniffed the synthetic material of my sleeping bag, then moved its head up, sniffing the worn leather of my hiking boots that I'd left just inside the tent. Each slow, deliberate movement was a turn of the screw, tightening the vise of fear around my chest. I should have screamed then. I should have used that moment of investigation to explode into action, to grab the canister of bear spray that was still holstered uselessly on my belt, just inches from my paralyzed hand. The opportunity was there, a brief window, but I remained frozen, a rabbit in the headlights of an oncoming train, still clinging to the insane hope that my stillness was a strategy for survival. I was paralyzed by its silence, a silence that felt intelligent and calculating. The quietest thing in the forest is the deadliest. I understood that now with a clarity that was both profound and utterly useless. The huffing and jaw-popping of a nervous bear is a gift. It's a warning. It's the animal giving you a chance to de-escalate, to walk away. This bear was offering no such courtesy. This was not a chance encounter. This was an inspection. Its head moved again, slowly, deliberately, up the length of my body. I could feel the warmth of its breath through the thin layer of my sleeping bag. It was looking down at me now, its face directly over mine. I broke my own rule and my eyes flickered upwards, meeting its gaze for a fraction of a second. It was the final nail in my coffin. The eyes were not the soft, curious brown orbs of the bears in the pictures. They were black, perfectly black, like polished stones. And they were utterly devoid of anything I could recognize as emotion. There was no anger, no malice, no frenzy. There was only a cold, flat, predatory focus. It was the look of a creature that had already decided the outcome. My mistake wasn't in not knowing the rules. I knew them by heart. My mistake was in not believing them when it mattered most. It was in thinking that the sanitized, human-friendly version of the wild presented in pamphlets could ever truly capture the terrifying, silent lethality of a true apex predator. The bear lowered its head until its wet nose was almost touching my cheek. I could feel its hot, foul breath on my skin. The silence was finally broken by a sound. It wasn't a growl. It was the soft, deliberate shyank of a single, long claw hooking into the fabric of my sleeping bag, right over my heart. The sound of the claw, that soft shyank, was the period at the end of my life's final sentence. It was a sound of absolute finality, the turning of a page that could never be turned back. For a horrifying, elongated moment, there was only pressure. The claw didn't rip or tear immediately. It pressed down with the weight of the entire forest, pinning me to the earth. It was a calculated, deliberate act, the anchor being set before the storm. My mind, which had been a maelstrom of panic and denial, went utterly, terrifyingly blank. In that moment of pure sensory input, there was no room for thought, only the crushing reality of the immense power being exerted upon my chest. Then came the tear. The ripstop nylon of my expensive sleeping bag, designed to prevent small punctures from becoming large tears, offered no more resistance than a sheet of paper. The sound was like a zipper being violently pulled, but 100 times louder in the suffocating silence. It was immediately followed by a sensation I struggled to describe. It wasn't a sharp pain, not at first. It was a deep, searing cold that plunged into my chest, followed by a wet, explosive heat. It was the feeling of being fundamentally undone, of the body's integrity being breached in the most profound way. The silence from the bear remained unbroken. It didn't grunt with effort. It didn't snarl with satisfaction. It simply acted. My paralysis shattered. A scream raw and guttural tore from my lungs, a sound of pure animal agony. It was the sound I should have made 10 minutes earlier, but it was too late. It was not a cry for help or a sound of defiance. It was merely a biological response to catastrophic injury. The bear seemed entirely indifferent to the noise. It was as if I were a log it was splitting for grubs. My scream echoed once off the steel legs of the fire tower, and was then swallowed by the indifferent pines. The first claw was followed by the others. It was not a frantic, frenzied attack. It was a methodical, almost surgical dismantling. A paw descended, and the world became a symphony of tearing fabric and the sickening, wet sound of my own flesh giving way. I was pulled, dragged halfway out of the tent, my legs still tangled in the shredded remains of my sleeping bag. The rough ground scraped against my back, and the moonlight illuminated the scene with a cold, clinical indifference. I could see the bear's massive form over me, its head down, its powerful shoulders working. There was still no sound, no growl of a predator enjoying its kill. The only sounds were my own choked gasps and the gruesome noises of the attack itself. My deadly mistake was never one single thing. It was a cascade of errors, born from a civilized mind trying to apply rules to a world that has none. My belief in the pamphlets, my hesitation, my freezing up, they were all symptoms of a deeper flaw. The belief that I was separate from nature, an observer, a custodian. I was wrong. I was not an observer. I was, and always had been, a part of it. I was made of meat and bone, just like the deer, just like the rabbits. And tonight, I was simply fulfilling my role in the food chain. The quietest thing in the forest is the deadliest because its silence is the ultimate expression of its place in that chain. It has no need to posture or warn. Its purpose is singular. As the bear's immense weight pressed down on me, a strange and terrible clarity washed over my mind. The pain began to recede, replaced by a spreading coldness that started in my chest and radiated outwards to my limbs. My vision narrowed, the edges darkening as if a curtain were being drawn. In the center of this tunnel, I could see the central fire tower, its steel lattice stark against the star-dusted sky. The structure I had come to protect, the symbol of man's attempt to watch over and control the wilderness, now stood as a silent, impotent witness to my consumption by that very same wilderness. The irony was so profound it would have been laughable had I the breath to laugh. My perspective began to shift. I felt a strange detachment, as if I were floating a few feet above my own body. I could see the scene with an unnatural clarity, the great, dark beast hunched over a broken form on the ground. I could see the dark patch spreading on the forest floor. The bear worked with an unhurried efficiency, its movements economical and precise. It was not an act of anger, it was an act of sustenance. My last physical sensation was the feeling of being dragged, the scraping of pine needles and dirt against my cheek. Then, even that faded. The coldness became absolute. The tunnel of my vision closed completely, and I was plunged into a darkness deeper than the one inside the tent. But it was not an end, because my name was Caleb Hines, and now I am something else. I am the silence that follows the snap of a twig in the deep woods. I am the sudden chill in the air on a warm night. I am the reason the crickets stop chirping. I am a permanent part of this forest, my story absorbed into the soil, my essence carried on the night breeze. Sometimes, new volunteers or curious hikers come to the tower. They carry their own pamphlets, their own bear spray, their own confident sets of rules. They sit by their fires and talk bravely, feeling secure in their knowledge. But as the sun sets and the deep, ancient quiet of the Ocala National Forest settles around them, they feel it, a prickling on the back of their necks, a sense of being watched from the shadows. They strain their ears, listening for a huff, for the pop of a jaw, for any sound that might betray a predator's presence. But they are listening for the wrong thing. They should not fear the noise. They should fear the moment when all the noise stops. They should fear the silence. Because the quietest thing in this forest is, and always will be, the deadliest. And it is always hunting. My name is Beth Riley, and I am the host, sole operator, and resident thrill seeker of the YouTube channel Abandoned Aspirations. For the past 6 years, I've dedicated my life to seeking out the forgotten corners of the world. The derelict hospitals, the silent, dust-choked schools, the skeletal remains of factories that once hummed with life. My mission is to find the beauty in the decay, to stand in a place that time has left behind and tell its story. It's a niche passion, but it's one that has garnered a small but dedicated following. They appreciate the history, the quiet reverence I try to bring to each location, and, if I'm being honest, the vicarious thrill of stepping into a place where you're not supposed to be. Today's exploration was a special one, a location I'd had my eye on for months, the Hollister Fire Tower in the dense, humid wilderness of Putnam County, Florida. It wasn't a building, not in the traditional sense. It was an old steel air motor tower, a relic from an era when human eyes were the first line of defense against wildfires. From the satellite images and the sparse information I could find on forestry forums, I knew it was still standing, a rusted but proud skeleton piercing the canopy of longleaf pines and saw palmettos. The appeal was magnetic. It was isolated, challenging, and promised a view that few had seen in decades. The journey itself was part of the adventure. I'd left the sterile comfort of my motel room before dawn, driving for 2 hours as paved highways devolved into county roads, and then into little more than dirt tracks. The final leg of the trip was on foot. I parked my beat up Ford Ranger on a sandy shoulder, the air already thick and heavy with the promise of afternoon heat. The symphony of the Florida wilderness was immediate and overwhelming. The incessant buzz of cicadas, the distant caw of a crow, the rustle of unseen things in the dense undergrowth. This was a different kind of abandonment, not of concrete and steel, but of human presence itself. It was a place that felt like it had actively pushed civilization away. After a mile-long hike, guided by a GPS that was rapidly losing its conviction, I saw it. The tower rose from the trees, its latticed steel frame a stark, geometric contrast to the organic chaos surrounding it. It was beautiful in a severe, industrial way. Rust bloomed in patches across its structure, the color of dried blood against the faded gray paint. It looked like a skeletal finger pointing an accusation at the sky. My first obstacle was the fence. A chain-link perimeter, topped with 3 strands of barbed wire, enclosed the base of the tower. A faded, sun-bleached sign, riddled with pellet holes, offered a stark warning: no trespassigi us giovarament paropoi. For my viewers, this is the moment of truth, the point of no return. For me, it's a formality. I followed the fence line until I found what I was looking for, a section where the damp earth had eroded, leaving a gap at the bottom just wide enough to squeeze through. I dropped to my stomach, the damp, loamy soil cool against my skin, and shimmied under, the barbs of the wire snagging at the back of my pack. I was in. The air inside the enclosure felt different, stiller. The tower loomed over me, and for the first time, I could hear the sound it made, a low, mournful hum as the wind moved through its steel bones. It was the sound of loneliness. I unslung my backpack and began my ritual. Checked the gear. Main camera, 2 backup batteries, a spare memory card. My harness, which I rarely used but always brought. And, of course, my GoPro. I was setting up the GoPro at the base of the stairs, clamping it to a low, lying strut to get a dramatic shot of my ascent. When I saw it, it wasn't a sudden movement that caught my eye, but a patch of color. A vibrant, almost unnatural splash of brilliance coiled in the weeds near the first metal step. A snake, and it was beautiful. Not in the way a soaring hawk is beautiful, but in a more intricate, dangerous way, like a perfectly crafted weapon. It was a living piece of jewelry, adorned with brightly colored bands. Red, yellow, and black. My mind went into overdrive, a frantic flipping through a mental Rolodex of remembered facts from nature documentaries and wildlife websites. I'm from Ohio. Our snakes are garter snakes, water snakes, mostly harmless drab creatures. This was something else entirely. This was Florida. This was the big leagues. But I'd watched enough television, absorbed enough trivia to know there was a rhyme, a mnemonic device for this exact situation. Something about red and black and a man named Jack. I fumbled for the memory, my heart starting to thrum a nervous rhythm against my ribs. Red touches black, you're dead, Jack. No, that wasn't it. That felt wrong, too ominous. The fear was making my thoughts cloudy. I took a breath. Red on black, friend of Jack. Yeah, that sounded right. It was a friendly, reassuring cadence. I crouched down, my camera forgotten, and studied the snake. It hadn't moved, its head resting calmly on its own coils. Its pattern was clear, even in the dappled light. A black band, then a red band, then another black band. The red bands were definitively touching the black bands. A wave of pure, unadulterated relief washed over me, so potent it almost made me dizzy. My tense shoulders slumped. It was a harmless king snake, a mimic, a clever imposter dressed in the king's colors, but with none of his power. I let out a shaky laugh. Still, I wasn't going to mess with it. A bite from a non-venomous snake is still a bite, and the last thing I needed was an infection in the middle of nowhere. I gave it a wide berth, stepping carefully around the patch of weeds. Hey there, buddy. I murmured, more to myself than to the snake, just passing through. You make for a great co-star, though. I decided to leave the GoPro where it was, hoping it might capture the snake as it eventually moved on. It would add some fantastic B-roll to the video. With a renewed sense of confidence, feeling like a savvy outdoorswoman who had coolly assessed and dismissed a potential threat, I placed my hand on the rusted railing, my foot on the first perforated metal step, and began to climb. The climb was exhilarating. Each step was a metallic thump that echoed in the quiet air, a percussive beat marking my progress against the silence. The stairs were narrow, perforated sheets of steel that allowed me to see the ground falling away beneath my boots. With every flight, the world transformed. The dense undergrowth resolved into a textured green carpet. The towering pines began to look less like giants and more like piers. I paused on the second landing, about 20 feet up, to pull out my main camera and get some footage. I narrated as I filmed, my voice steady and confident. "All right, guys, we're making our way up the Hollister Tower," I said, panning the camera slowly across the horizon. The view is already starting to open up. You can see just how isolated this place is. Nothing but wilderness for miles. I zoomed in on the rusted bolts, the peeling paint, the way the sunlight glinted off the steel. The structure feels solid, but you can definitely feel a little bit of a sway up here. It really makes you feel alive. I felt completely in my element. This was my church. The adrenaline, the sense of discovery, the quiet conversation with the past. It was everything I lived for. I even thought back to the snake at the bottom, a small smile playing on my lips. It would be a great anecdote for the video, a moment of manufactured tension. Thought I was a goner for a second there, folks. But it turns out it was just a harmless king snake. Still, a good reminder to always be aware of your surroundings out here. I sounded like a pro. I felt like a pro. I continued upward, the tower groaning softly with each gust of wind. The world below had become a map of itself. I could see the dirt track I'd walked, a faint brown ribbon winding through the green. My truck was just a tiny silver glint in the distance. The sense of absolute solitude was profound. No one knew I was here. The thought, which usually thrilled me, carried a faint, almost imperceptible tremor of unease this time. I shook it off. It was just the height. I was about 30 feet up, nearing the third landing, when I felt it. It wasn't a sting or a prick. It was a sudden sharp, clamping pain in my left ankle. My first thought was absurdly mundane. I must have snagged it on a piece of metal. I glanced down, annoyed, ready to untangle my pant leg from a protruding bolt or a shard of rust. But it wasn't metal. The world tilted, my breath catching in my throat. The snake was there. The beautiful, brightly colored snake from the base of the tower was there, latched onto my leg. Its body was wrapped around my ankle, its head pressed firmly against my skin just above the cuff of my boot. It had slithered up the metal steps behind me, as silent as a shadow, as patient as death itself. The sheer impossibility of it was staggering. How could it have climbed that high so quietly? The perforated stairs, the rusted corners. It must have moved like a whisper, a ribbon of color flowing up the steel skeleton of the tower, while I was lost in my own triumphant narration. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic prisoner trying to escape. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. I kicked my leg, a violent, reflexive jerk. "Get off!" I screamed, the sound swallowed by the vast, indifferent sky. But it held on. Its grip was shockingly strong, its tiny mouth clamped down with an unnerving tenacity. And then came the most horrifying part. It wasn't just biting. It was chewing. I could feel a grotesque, grinding pressure against my skin, a methodical, deliberate motion. It was trying to work its fangs deeper, to ensure its venom found its way into my bloodstream. The world narrowed to that single point of contact, that hideous pressure on my ankle. I kicked again, harder this time, slamming my foot against the steel railing of the staircase. The impact sent a jarring vibration through my whole body, and finally, the snake let go. It dropped to the landing below me with a soft, almost insignificant thud, and without a moment's hesitation, it slithered away, disappearing into the rust and shadows of a corner support beam. It was gone as quickly and silently as it had appeared. I collapsed onto the steps, my back hitting the cold steel of the tower's frame. My head was spinning, a nauseating vortex of fear and confusion. I stared at my ankle, my mind refusing to process what had just happened. 2 small puncture wounds, less than half an inch apart, were welling up with blood. They looked like tiny, crimson eyes staring back at me. Why? Why would a harmless king snake do that? They weren't aggressive. They didn't attack unprovoked. And they certainly didn't chase people up 30 feet of steel, stairs to launch a sustained, chewing assault. The confidence I had felt just moments before had evaporated, replaced by a creeping, chilling dread. The smug satisfaction of my correct identification curdled into doubt. Red on black, friend of Jack. It had sounded so right. But what if it wasn't? What if my memory, clouded by a flicker of fear and a dose of overconfidence, had failed me? What if I had gotten the rhyme, the simple life or death rhyme, backward? My hands were shaking so violently I could barely unzip the pocket on my backpack. The phone felt slick and foreign in my grasp. I needed to know. The doubt was a poison of its own twisting in my gut. I swiped the screen on, my thumb smudging streaks across the glass. No service. The two words, displayed in stark white letters at the top of the screen, were a death sentence. I knew it, but I refused to accept it. I held the phone up, angling it toward the open sky, as if I could physically catch a stray bar of signal nothing. I scrambled up, my bitten ankle screaming in protest, and limped higher up the stairs, chasing a signal that wasn't there. One more flight, maybe from the top. The cab, the little room at the apex of the tower, was just above me. I hauled myself up the last few steps and practically fell inside. It was a small, glass-walled box, littered with bird droppings and shattered panes. I rushed to a corner, jamming the phone against the remaining glass. One bar, a single, flickering, beautiful bar of service. It was enough. My fingers, clumsy with adrenaline, fumbled to type into the search bar. Florida venomous snake rhyme. I didn't even care about the spelling. I just hit search. The bar at the top of the screen began to crawl, a tiny blue line moving with agonizing slowness. Each second felt like an hour. The world seemed to hold its breath. And then the page loaded. The first result was from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. My eyes scanned the text, ignoring the preamble, searching for the words, for the rhyme. And there it was. A child-friendly graphic showed two snakes side by side. On the left, a scarlet king snake. On the right, an eastern coral snake. And beneath them, the text that sealed my fate. Red touches yellow, kill a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. I read it once, twice, a third time. The words wouldn't resolve into any other meaning. The order was immutable. I hadn't gotten backward. I had gotten inverted. My brain, in its desperate attempt to recall the phrase, had plucked the wrong half from my memory. I had seen the red touching the black and felt relief, when I should have been looking for the telltale yellow bands that I now remembered seeing, thin but unmistakable, nestled between the red and the black. My deadly mistake. A simple, stupid, fatal mnemonic error. The snake I had dismissed as a harmless mimic was an eastern coral snake, one of the most venomous snakes in North America. I kept reading, a morbid curiosity compelling me forward. The page described the venom. It wasn't a hemotoxin that destroyed tissue, like a rattlesnake's. It was a neurotoxin. It attacked the nervous system. The site explained that because of their small, fixed fangs, coral snakes often have to hold on and chew to deliver a significant dose of venom. The memory of that grinding pressure on my ankle returned, and a wave of nausea washed over me. It hadn't just bitten me. It had injected me with a full, deliberate dose of its poison. A strange tingling sensation began in my toes. I tried to wiggle them, but the signal from my brain felt sluggish and distant, like it was traveling down a frayed wire. The numbness was spreading. My foot was starting to feel like a block of wood attached to my leg. I looked out the broken window of the cab. The sun was lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the endless sea of trees. The view that had seemed so beautiful and liberating just minutes ago now felt like the wall of a prison. I was miles from a road, 100 feet up a rusty tower. No one knew I was here. My vision began to blur at the edges, the vibrant green of the canopy softening into a watercolor wash. I fumbled for my main camera, my fingers feeling thick and uncooperative. I had to record this. It was the only thing I could think to do. A final episode for Abandoned Aspirations. I turned the camera on, pointed the lens at my own face. I must have looked a sight, pale, sweating, my eyes wide with a terror that no amount of acting could ever replicate. Beth Riley. I slurred, the words thick and clumsy in my mouth. Hollister Fire Tower. My tongue felt swollen. Made a mistake. A stupid me mistake. I tried to explain about the rhyme, about the snake, but the thoughts were fragmenting, breaking apart before I could form them into sentences. The camera felt impossibly heavy. My mistake wasn't just the rhyme. It was coming out here alone. It was the arrogance of believing I was invincible, that I could trespass on nature and face no consequences. It was thinking I could conquer this place. The tower, I realized, had been here for 80 years. It had withstood hurricanes, lightning strikes, and the slow, relentless march of time. It was still standing. I don't think I will be for much longer. The numbness has reached my knee. My breathing is shallow, each breath a conscious effort. The world is getting dark, not from the setting sun, but from the inside out. My camera slips from my numb fingers and clatters to the floor. Its red recording light still blinking, a final silent witness. My name is Frank Miller, and I am a fire watch officer with the Florida Forest Service. I have held this post, or one similar to it, for the better part of 27 years. My record is unblemished. My commendations speak to a career built on diligence, adherence to protocol, and an unwavering belief in the systems designed to keep people like me and the public we serve safe. I am a man of routine, of checklists, of quantifiable risks and established responses. Procedure is not just a guideline, it is a creed. It is the architecture of safety in a world that is often chaotic and unpredictable. Tonight, my faith in that architecture is being tested in a way I could never have anticipated. My current assignment is the Brighton Fire Tower in Highlands County. It's a familiar post, a steel skeleton rising above a sea of slash pine, and saw palmetto, a silent sentinel watching over thousands of acres of flammable wilderness. Under normal circumstances, this tower and the adjacent ranger station are monitored by a sophisticated network of heat and smoke sensors. It's a state of the art system, reliable and efficient, but technology, for all its marvels, can fail, and yesterday at precisely 1800 hours it did just that. A critical malfunction in the main alarm panel rendered the entire system useless. A certified contractor has been dispatched from West Palm Beach, but the earliest they can arrive is mid-morning. Until then, we revert to the old ways. We revert to protocol. Per Palm Beach County Fire Rescue Guidelines, which our district adopts for such contingencies, a mandatory 24/27 fire watch is instituted. I am the officer assigned to the overnight shift from 2200 to 06 Theodrids. My duties are simple, clear, and non-negotiable. I am to conduct a full patrol of the facility and its immediate perimeter every 30 minutes. I am to have no other duties during this time. My focus is to be singular, the detection of fire or any other potential hazard. I am to maintain a detailed log of each patrol, noting the time and any observations. For communication, I am equipped with a standard issue radio with a direct channel to the county fire department and a satellite phone as a backup. I am trained in the use of all on-site fire extinguishers. I am, in every sense of the word, a professional. I am prepared. Log entry: Fire Watch Officer Frank Miller. Location: Brighton Fire Tower, Highlands County. Date: October 12. Time: 02:09. The main alarm system for the adjacent ranger station failed at 1800 hours yesterday. Per protocol, a fire watch has been instituted until the system can be repaired by a certified contractor. I am the assigned officer. My duties are clear and I will execute them with diligence. Per Palm Beach County Fire Rescue Guidelines, which we adopt for these situations, I am to patrol the entire facility every 30 minutes. I am to have no other duties. I am to maintain a log of my patrols. I am to have a direct means of communication with the fire department. I have my radio and a satellite phone. I am trained in the use of fire extinguishers. I am a professional. I believe in procedure. Procedure keeps you safe. The first few hours of my shift passed without incident. The night settled over the highlands with the thick, heavy stillness that is unique to the Florida interior. The air, even in October, is a warm, damp blanket, smelling of pine needles, wet earth, and the faint, sweet scent of decaying vegetation. The moon is a sliver, offering little more than a ghostly outline to the tops of the tallest pines. My world is confined to the harsh, white cone of my high, lumen flashlight. Yo 2E30U patrol complete, all secure, no anomalies. My route is precise, unchanging. I exit the main door of the ranger station, turning left. The gravel path crunches under my boots, a sound that seems unnaturally loud in the profound silence. I check the lock on the main gate first. Secure. I walk the perimeter fence, my light tracing the chain, linked, searching for any signs of tampering. None. I check the door and windows of the generator shed. Locked and intact. I circle the main station building, ensuring all access points are secure from the outside. The entire patrol takes approximately 7 minutes, leaving me 3 minutes of downtime in the relative comfort of the station's main office before the next is due. It is a rhythm, a metronome marking the slow passage of a long night. Yo 300s and patrol complete, all secure. Heard a rustling in the woods, likely an armadillo. It was during this patrol that the first, smallest deviation occurred. As I passed the rear of the station, where the forest presses closest to the clearing, I heard a distinct rustling in the undergrowth just beyond the fence line. It was a quick, scuttling sound. My training kicked in. I froze, killing my light and standing perfectly still, my ears straining against the silence. In this part of the state, your mind immediately runs through a checklist of possibilities. Armadillo, raccoon, opossum. All common, all harmless. A wild hog, perhaps. Less common this close to the station, but possible. A deer. The sound was too low to the ground. I waited a full minute. Nothing. I swept the area with my beam. 2 tiny points of light reflected back for a split second before vanishing. An animal, startled by the sudden light. I clicked my tongue. Just an armadillo. I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice a small comfort. I made the note in my log and thought nothing more of it. 03Z30 Patrol complete. All secure. The night is exceptionally quiet. This was more unsettling than the rustling. As I stepped out for my 03Z30 patrol, the first thing I noticed was the silence. The constant low-level hum of the wilderness. The chirping of crickets, the croaking of tree frogs, the drone of insects, was gone. It was not just quiet, it was a dead, soundless void. The kind of absolute silence that precedes a lightning strike or the arrival of a major predator. Every ranger knows this feeling. It's when the forest holds its breath. I stood on the gravel path for a long moment, my senses on high alert. My light cut a nervous path through the trees. Nothing. No movement. No sound. The air was heavy, expectant. I conducted my patrol with a heightened sense of awareness, my hand resting on the handle of the large mag light, my thumb near the switch. The silence persisted. It felt unnatural, wrong. It was as if the entire forest was watching me. 04 Hosers A. Patrol complete. All secure. It's the predictability that I normally find comforting. The clockwork nature of the task. Every 30 minutes, I walk the same path. Check the same doors. Look for the same signs of trouble. The system is designed to eliminate variables, to impose order on a potentially chaotic situation. This is my mistake. I see that now. I thought the protocol was my shield. It's not. It's a dinner bell. Something has been watching me. I am certain of it. On my last patrol, the 0400 round, I caught a glimpse of it. I was rounding the corner of the generator shed, my light sweeping ahead of me along the fence line. For a fraction of a second, my beam illuminated it. It was not a reflection this time. It was a source. 2 sources. 2 eyes low to the ground, perhaps no higher than my knee. They were not the green or white pinpricks of a deer or a cat. They were a flat, sickly yellow, and they did not reflect my light so much as absorb it. They glowed with a soft, internal luminescence, and they were intelligent. I have looked into the eyes of countless animals in my career. I have seen fear, curiosity, aggression, and instinct. I have never seen this. I saw calculation, assessment. The moment I registered the eyes, they were gone. Not blinked away, but vanished with a speed that defied logic. There was a blur of movement, a dark shape impossibly fast, and then nothing. I lunged toward the fence, my heart hammering against my ribs, and shone my light into the dense palmetto scrub. There was no sound, no rustling leaves, no snapping twigs. It was as if it had never been there. I stood there for 5 minutes, My light cutting uselessly into the oppressive darkness, my professionalism warring with a primal fear I hadn't felt in decades. I completed my patrol, my steps quick, my head on a constant swivel. Back inside the station, the silence feels different. It is no longer empty. It is full. It is the silence of a hunter that knows it has been seen and does not care. As I sit here under the sterile fluorescent lights, the truth of my situation has settled upon me like a shroud. It has learned my pattern. It knows that every 30 minutes I will emerge from the relative safety of this building. It knows the path I will walk. It knows how long I will be gone. The very protocol designed to ensure safety has made me the most predictable prey in this forest. My diligence is my death warrant. It's 0428. My next patrol is in 2 minutes. The words I wrote just moments ago stare back at me from the logbook, a testament to a reality I can no longer deny. My diligence is my death warrant. For 27 years, I have lived by the book, by the procedure. It has been my shield and my guide. To abandon it now feels like a betrayal of my very identity. If I fail to perform my duty and a fire breaks out, it's my job, my pension, my reputation, meticulously built over a lifetime, turned to ash. But if I go out there, I can hear it. A low sound like a chirp or a whistle cuts through the oppressive silence from the direction of the generator's shed. It is not the sound of any native bird or insect I know. It is sharp, intelligent, and expectant. It knows its time. It's waiting for me. My mistake was putting my faith in a system designed by men to protect them from fire, not from the things that hunt in the dark. The rules don't apply to them. The second hand on the office clock sweeps upwards, a relentless black line counting down the final seconds of my life as I know it. Every tick is a hammer blow against my resolve. Stay inside. Bar the door. Get on the radio and call for help. Tell them what? That I'm scared of a noise in the dark. That I saw a pair of yellow eyes. They would think I was drunk or crazy. I can hear the dispatcher's calm, condescending voice now. Officer Miller, are you declaring an emergency? What is my emergency? A feeling, an instinct. I would be a laughingstock. The clock strikes 04:30. The decision is made for me, not by courage, but by the tyranny of habit. My body moves before my mind can raise another objection. I stand up, my chair scraping loudly against the linoleum floor. I grab my flashlight, its familiar weight of pathetic comfort in my trembling hand. I unholster the service revolver from my belt. It's a standard. 38 special, loaded with 6 rounds. Standard procedure allows for its carry, but I haven't fired it outside of a qualifying range in 15 years. The thought of using it against that thing is both terrifying and absurd. What good is a pistol against something that moves like smoke? 0430. Time for my patrol. I don't write it in the log. Not yet. I can't bring myself to document what feels like a walk to my own execution. I open the station door. The wave of humid night air feels like a physical blow. The unnatural silence is still there, a vacuum waiting to be filled. I step onto the gravel, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I keep the revolver raised, my flashlight beam dancing erratically ahead of me. I decide to break protocol in a small, desperate way. Instead of turning left, I turn right. I will walk my route in reverse. It's a pathetic rebellion, a child's attempt to cheat at a game whose rules he doesn't understand, but it's all I have. My light sweeps across the front of the station, the generator shed, and then to the main gate. The gate is 10 feet tall, chain link topped with barbed wire. It is secured by a heavy padlock. As my light falls upon it, I freeze. The lock is still in place, but there is a deep, fresh scratch in the metal of the gate post next to it, a gouge that peels the gray paint back to reveal gleaming steel beneath. It wasn't there at 0400. It is a single, powerful slash, as if something had tested the gate's strength with a claw. A cold dread washes over me, so intense it makes me feel dizzy. It knows about locks. It knows about barriers. It is testing my defenses. I force myself to move, my back pressed against the station wall, Crab walking towards the rear of the building. The silence breaks. From the woods to my left, the same sharp, whistling chirp pierces the night. It's closer now. It's flanking me. It knew I would come out. It was just waiting to see which way I would turn. My pathetic attempt to alter the pattern was meaningless. This is not a hunt, it is a game, and I am the only one playing for my life. I reached the back corner of the station. This is the most vulnerable point, where the light from the office windows doesn't reach and the forest is only yards away. My flashlight beam cuts a frantic swath through the darkness. The palmetto fans are perfectly still. The pine trunks are like prison bars. Nothing. Then I hear a new sound. A soft, rhythmic thump, 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 coming from the roof of the station directly above my head. My blood turns to ice. It's on the roof. It climbed the fire tower, or the station wall, with absolute silence. It was waiting for me to be directly underneath it. I stumble backward, tripping over my own feet, and fall hard onto the gravel. The revolver flies from my grasp, skittering into the darkness. My flashlight is still in my hand, its beam pointing uselessly at the sky. I see a shape detach itself from the edge of the roof. It is not large, but it is impossibly dense, a block of absolute blackness against the slightly less black sky. It doesn't jump, it flows. It pours itself from the roof to the ground in a single, fluid motion, landing without a sound in the spot where I was standing moments before. I scramble backward on my hands and knees, my breath coming in ragged, panicked sobs. I swing the flashlight beam toward it. The yellow eyes snap open, pinning me in their flat, emotionless glare. They are closer than ever before. I can see the suggestion of a head, a sleek, reptilian form, low to the ground like a panther, but with none of a panther's feline grace. Its skin seems to drink the light, revealing no detail, no texture, just a void in the shape of a predator. It takes a single step towards me. Its movement is wrong, unnatural. Its limbs seem to bend at impossible angles like an insect's. A low chittering sound emanates from it, the sound of 1,000 tiny bones rubbing together. It is the sound of pure anatomical wrongness. My hand closes around the cold steel of the revolver. I must have crawled right over it. Without taking my eyes off the creature, I raise the gun. My hand shakes so violently I can barely aim. "Get back!" I scream, the word tearing from my throat. The creature pauses. It cocks its head, the yellow eyes narrowing. The whistling sound comes again, but this time it is inquisitive, mocking. It knows this weapon. It understands the threat. And it is not afraid. It takes another fluid, silent step. I pull the trigger. The explosion is deafening in the silence. The muzzle flash a blinding star that momentarily whites out my vision. The recoil jolts my entire arm. I fire again and again and again, emptying the revolver into the space where it stood. When my vision clears, it is gone. I lie on the gravel, the smell of cordite sharp in my nostrils, my ears ringing. Did I hit it? Was it even real? I push myself to my feet, my body screaming in protest. I have to get inside. Now, I don't look for the gun. I don't care about it. I sprint for the station door, fumbling with the knob, and throw myself inside, slamming it shut and ramming the deadbolt home. I lean against the door, my body slick with sweat, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. I am alive. I am safe. Then a soft tap, tap, tap comes from the window, just to my left. I turn slowly. On the other side of the thick, reinforced glass, the two yellow eyes are watching me. It is standing on the narrow window ledge, its form silhouetted against the night. It had not fled from the gunshots. It had simply sidestepped them. It had let me run. It had followed me back to the door. It watched me lock myself in. It raises a long, three-jointed limb, and a single talon like claw taps against the glass again. A gesture of chilling, deliberate intelligence. It is telling me that the locks don't matter. The walls don't matter. It is telling me that my sanctuary is just another part of the game board. The lights in the office flicker once, twice, and then die, plunging me into absolute darkness. The only light left is the faint, sickly, yellow glow of the eyes in the window. The darkness was absolute and immediate. It wasn't just an absence of light, but a tangible presence, heavy and cold. The sterile comfort of the fluorescent bulbs was gone. The only thing left was the sickly yellow glow from the two eyes outside the window. They didn't blink. They didn't move. They stared at me, two lanterns lighting the path to madness. The tap, tap, tap on the glass had stopped. The silence that replaced it was worse. I stood frozen, my back pressed against the cold steel of the door, forcing my lungs to work. I could hear my own heart hammering in my ears, a frantic, desperate rhythm. I don't know how much time passed. It could have been seconds, but it felt like an eternity. In the pitch black, my other senses became painfully acute. I could smell the faint ozone from the dead lights, the damp earth from outside, and the sour stench of my own fear. Then I heard it again. Not a knock, but a soft scraping. The sound of a sharp talon being drawn slowly, deliberately across the surface of the glass. It was a sound that sent a shiver down my spine. A sound of testing, of probing for a weakness. Then the black shape outside the window moved. It disappeared from the ledge, and I heard a new sound. A faint scratching on the exterior wall of the station. It was moving, circling my fortress. Survival instinct screamed at me to do something. I needed light. I fumbled for the flashlight I dropped when I ran inside. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. I crawled across the floor as quietly as I could, one hand sweeping across the cold linoleum. Finally, my fingers brushed against the familiar metal cylinder. I snatched it and thumbed the switch. A brilliant white beam cut through the blackness. It was a weapon. A shield. I felt a surge of power, but it was short-lived. The moment the light came on, the scratching on the wall stopped. It knew I could see now. I had to get help. The main radio was on the station's power grid, which was dead. But the satellite phone, it had its own battery. I'd left it on the desk. I had to get to it. I rose slowly, sweeping the flashlight beam quickly around the room. Everything was as it was. The overturned chair, the file cabinets, the maps on the wall. But now it all looked sinister and alien in the trembling beam of the flashlight. I crossed the room cautiously, feeling like I was on a stage every movement watched. The only sound was my own footfalls on the floor. I reached the desk and grabbed the satellite phone. Its screen lit up in the darkness. I had a signal. A small wave of hope washed over me. I quickly dialed the emergency number for the county fire department. My fingers stiff and disobedient. It rang once, twice. An answer. Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, Dispatcher Clark speaking. The calm, professional voice was from a world I used to know. A world of order and reason.
This is Officer Frank Miller.
I stammered, my voice hoarse and broken. I'm at the Brighton Fire Tower.
I have an emergency. I need immediate assistance.
Slow down, Officer Miller. Clark's voice remained calm. Tell me what's happening. Do you have a fire?
No.
Not a fire. How could I explain this? There's something here. It's trying to get in. It's not human. A moment of silence on the other end of the line. I could picture Clark's face. The confusion. The disbelief. Officer Miller, have you been drinking? You're saying something is trying to get in. I'm not drunk. I yelled into the phone, my desperation making me frantic.
Listen, it killed the power. It's outside right now.
Please, just send someone. Before Clark could respond, the sharp whistling sound I'd heard earlier came again, this time from the wall right next to me. It was so close I could feel the vibration through the concrete. And then the most terrifying thing happened. A voice came from the phone, but it wasn't Clark's. It was a perfect, mocking, distorted imitation. Officer Miller, are you declaring an emergency? My blood ran cold. It could mimic. It had heard our conversation. It was learning. It was taunting me. The phone in my hand was now useless, no longer a lifeline, but a tool for my tormentor. I heard a faint, dry chuckle from the other end before the line went dead. I threw the phone. It hit the far wall and shattered. I was truly alone now. Completely cut off. My last hope was extinguished. This wasn't just a hungry predator. It was intelligent. It was cruel. And it was enjoying this. The fear morphed into anger. A desperate, cornered animal rage. I would not die like this. Not as a plaything for this thing. I had been a ranger for 27 years. I had survived wildfires, hurricanes, and every natural danger this forest could throw at me. I would not end in my own office. I remembered the emergency flare gun kit under the desk and the fire axe on the wall. This wasn't protocol, but this was no longer a protocol situation. I dove under the desk. my hands finding the red plastic box. I snapped it open. Inside was the flare gun and 3 red cartridges. I grabbed the gun, jamming a flare into the chamber. Then I stood and went to the wall, pulling the fire axe from its mount. Its weight felt good in my hand. It was real, tangible. The sound of splintering wood came from the other side of the room. It wasn't from the steel door or the reinforced glass window. It came from the small, flimsy wooden door in the corner, the closet door. A closet I barely ever used. I remembered it was a simple wooden door leading to a small janitorial space with another weak door to the outside. A weak point. A design flaw I had never considered, but it had. The scraping and splintering continued, methodical and relentless. It wasn't rushing. It knew I had nowhere to go. I stood in the center of the dark office, flare gun in my left hand, fire axe in my right. The beam of my flashlight was trained on the closet door, which was now shuddering violently. Small pieces of wood flew into the room. I knew I didn't have much time. I set the axe and gun on the desk, grabbing my logbook and pen. My hand was shaking too badly to write properly, but I had to. It was the last thing I could do as Officer Frank Miller. I had to leave a record. 0591 Thursday, it's getting in. It found the weak point. It's too smart. Communications are gone. I am alone. This isn't a fire watch anymore. I am the last line of defense. If anyone finds this, tell them not to trust the procedures when the dark comes. The things in the dark don't play by the rules. With a final splintering roar, the closet door burst inward. A shadow, taller than a man and possibly black, unfolded itself from the darkness of the closet. I dropped the pen, grabbing my weapons again. The yellow eyes fixed on me, I raised the axe high. This is my last entry. My name is Amelia Vance. To be precise, Dr. Amelia Vance. While most people in my field use that title to preface a career in academia, lecturing in sterile university halls, I earned mine in the mud, the rain, and the silent, patient observation of the natural world. I hold a doctorate in zoology with a specialization in bioacoustics, but I've found my true calling is behind the lens of a camera. I am a wildlife photographer, a documentarian of the untamed. My work isn't about capturing pretty pictures for calendars. It's about telling stories. The story of a mother osprey teaching her fledgling to fish, the silent, brutal narrative of a food chain in motion, the ancient, unspoken sagas of creatures who have inhabited this planet far longer than we have. For the past decade, I've traveled from the frosted pines of the Yukon to the steaming jungles of the Amazon. I've learned to read the language of the wild, the subtle shift of a predator's weight, the alarm call of a sentinel bird, the scent of rain on dry earth. I've built a reputation on patience and respect, on understanding that when you enter the wilderness, you are a guest in someone else's home. You follow their rules. You listen. My colleagues often joke that I have an almost supernatural intuition, an ability to be in the right place at the right time. The truth is far less mystical. It's a product of rigorous study, thousands of hours of fieldwork, and a deep, abiding respect for the power and indifference of nature. I don't believe in the supernatural. I believe in biology, in cause and effect, in the intricate and often brutal dance of survival. This conviction, this reliance on logic and learning, has kept me safe in situations that would have sent others running. It has also, I now realize, been the source of a profound and dangerous arrogance. This particular assignment had brought me to Jacksonville, Florida, to a place steeped in a strange mix of human history and wild reclamation forestry tower park. The park is a sprawling expanse of wetlands and pine flatwoods, a sanctuary for wading birds, alligators, and the ghosts of industry. Its centerpiece is the old Flagler Tower, a skeletal steel structure from the early 20th century, now rusted and surrendering to the relentless grip of subtropical vegetation. My goal was to capture a series of images contrasting this decaying monument of human ambition with the enduring vitality of the nature that was slowly consuming it. The project was for a prominent conservation magazine, a visual essay on the theme of nature's persistence. I had spent the entire day there, from the first misty rays of dawn to the golden hour's embrace. The afternoon had been exceptionally productive. I'd managed a breathtaking sequence of a great blue heron, its form silhouetted against the shimmering water, spearing a fish with balletic precision. I'd captured the iridescent sheen of a dragonfly's wings and the patient, reptilian gaze of a turtle sunning itself on a log. As the sun began its descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the landscape, I positioned myself for the final, most important shots of the day, the Flagler Tower against the vibrant tapestry of a Florida sunset. The sky bled into a symphony of orange, pink, and deep violet. The air, thick with the humidity of the day, began to cool. The familiar evening chorus of the swamp swelled around me. The rhythmic chirping of crickets, the deep, resonant thrum of bullfrogs, the distant splash of a fish. It was a peaceful, meditative state I knew well. My world narrowed to the viewfinder, to the interplay of light and shadow, to the click and whir of my camera. I was in my element, a silent observer in a world of profound beauty. I got the shot, a perfect composition of decaying steel and celestial fire. A sense of deep satisfaction washed over me. It was the feeling of a day's work done well, a story successfully told. The park was officially closing. The last of the casual visitors had long since departed, their laughter and chatter fading with the light. A park ranger in a dusty pickup truck had already made a slow pass an hour earlier, his wave a friendly reminder that the night belonged to the park's true residents. I began the methodical process of packing my gear. Lenses were capped and placed in their padded slots. The tripod was collapsed, and my heavy camera bag was settled onto my shoulder. The walk back to the parking lot was about half a mile along a well-maintained gravel path that skirted a particularly dense thicket of cypress trees and saw palmetto. That's when I heard it. It wasn't part of the swamp's familiar symphony. It was a sharp, discordant note that sliced through the evening's calm. A cry. High-pitched, desperate, and unmistakably mammalian. It sounded to my horror exactly like a human baby. My blood ran cold. Every rational thought, every ounce of my scientific training, evaporated in an instant. It was a wail of pure distress, a sound evolution as hardwired into our very DNA to provoke an immediate, protective response. It came from the thicket of trees to my left, just off the path. The sound was raw, filled with a pain that felt utterly, terrifyingly real. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stood frozen for a second, straining my ears. The crying continued, punctuated by gasping, hitching sobs. It was the sound of an infant in agony, abandoned and alone. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the vast emptiness. "Is someone there? Is there a baby that needs help?" Only the wailing answered me. It seemed to grow in intensity, as if responding to my voice. A wave of nausea and adrenaline surged through me. My mind, a place usually occupied by shutter speeds and animal behavior, was now flooded with horrific images of baby left to the elements, a victim of some unspeakable act, suffering alone in the encroaching darkness. The professional, the zoologist, the seasoned photographer was gone. In her place was just a person, a woman, responding to what sounded like the most vulnerable of our species in its moment of greatest need. Common sense was a distant whisper, drowned out by the primal scream of instinct. I didn't think about the venomous snakes that hunted in the twilight. I didn't think about the alligators that lurked in the dark water. I didn't think about how foolish it was to leave the safety of the path. My only thought was the baby. I pushed through the dense wall of brush, the palmetto fronds scratching at my arms and face. My heavy camera bag, a source of pride and comfort moments before, was now a clumsy, bouncing hindrance against my hip. The ground became soft and marshy, my boots sinking slightly with each step. The air grew thick with the smell of decay and damp earth. The sound was my only compass, pulling me deeper into the gloom. It grew louder, more frantic, more heart-wrenching with every step I took. I was so fixated on the sound, so consumed by the mission of rescue, that I failed to notice the silence that had fallen around me. The crickets had stopped chirping. The frogs had gone quiet. The entire swamp was holding its breath. I was so focused on the sound of a human in trouble that I didn't pay attention to the other, more subtle sounds of the swamp. or the lack thereof. I was walking into the heart of a story, but it was not the one I thought I was documenting. It was an older, darker story, and I was no longer the observer. I was about to become a character in it. The air in the thicket was heavy and stagnant, a stark contrast to the gentle breeze on the path. Each step was a struggle against grasping vines in the sucking mud. The crying sound was now definitely close, seemingly originating from just beyond a dense curtain of Spanish moss hanging from a gnarled cypress. It had become a frantic, piercing shriek, losing the undertones of sorrow and escalating into pure, raw panic. I was picturing the worst, my mind a canvas for unspeakable horrors inflicted upon a helpless child. My hand, slick with sweat, gripped the strap of my camera bag, the other held out in front of me to part the thick vegetation.
I'm coming. Hold on.
I yelled, the words catching in my throat. Then, just as I lunged through the final veil of moss, the wailing abruptly stopped. The sudden, absolute silence was more jarring than the cry itself. It was as if a switch had been flipped, plunging the world into a vacuum. I stood panting in a small, dark clearing, my eyes struggling to adjust. The last vestiges of twilight barely penetrated the thick canopy above. The smell of wet earth and decay was overpowering. There was no baby. There was no sign of a struggle, no discarded blanket, nothing to suggest a human presence. There was only the oppressive quiet and the looming, skeletal shapes of the cypress trees. My heart, which had been pounding a frantic rhythm, now seemed to have stopped altogether. Had I imagined it? Was I so exhausted that my mind was playing tricks on me? And then the silence was shattered by a sound so utterly alien and horrifying that it defied all my years of biological study. It was a scream, but not a human one. It was a loud, drawn-out, shrieking cry that echoed through the trees with a chilling, spectral quality. It was a sound of primordial terror, a death rattle that seemed to come from the throat of a ghost. It rose in pitch and volume, a banshee's wail that vibrated in my bones and made the hair on my arms stand on end. I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle my own scream. My eyes darted around the clearing, searching for the source of the unholy noise. And then I saw it. Perched on a low, hanging branch was a bird. It was a limpkin, a large, brown wading bird with a long, slightly curved beak. I knew of them, of course. My doctoral thesis had touched upon the vocalizations of various wetland species. I had read descriptions of the limpkin's call, often described as a scream or a wail. I had listened to recordings of it in the sterile environment of a sound lab. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for hearing it in person, in the dead of night, in the heart of a swamp. The recordings had been clinical data. This was a raw, visceral experience. It was an otherworldly, haunting sound that seemed to tear a hole in the fabric of reality. The bird let out another long, quavering shriek, its head thrown back as if in agony. The sound it produced was so uncannily like a human in distress that the deception was perfect. Relief washed over me in a dizzying wave, so potent it made my knees weak. I felt like a complete and utter fool. Dr. Amelia Vance, expert in bioacoustics, duped by a bird known for its dramatic calls. A wave of professional embarrassment followed the relief. I had let my emotions, my very human instincts, override years of training and knowledge. I had abandoned all protocol, all common sense, and charged into a potentially dangerous environment based on a misinterpretation. I leaned against a cypress knee, taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, a wry, self-deprecating smile touching my lips. It was a good story, at least. A cautionary tale for my next lecture. I stood there for a moment, my adrenaline slowly receding, replaced by the familiar wariness of a long day. The limpkin, having delivered its final, dramatic cry, fell silent and melted back into the shadows of the branches. The swamp began to breathe again. A lone cricket tentatively started its song, then another and another, until the night was once more filled with its gentle, rhythmic chorus. The crisis was over. The baby was a bird. I was safe. I turned to push my way back through the brush to the safety and logic of the gravel path. That's when I heard the growl. It was not a sound from a recording. It was not a sound that could be misinterpreted. It was low, guttural, and vibrated through the very ground beneath my feet. It came from the darkness directly in front of me, from the direction I had been heading. It was a sound of pure, predatory menace. I froze, every muscle in my body locking into place. The foolish relief of moments ago curdled into a new, far more profound terror. The Limpkin's cry. It wasn't a lure. It wasn't a trick. My initial scientific assessment, the one I had just smugly congratulated myself on, was catastrophically wrong. The cry hadn't been a performance. It had been an alarm. The bird hadn't been trying to fool me. It had seen the real danger. It had been screaming its head off because something was wrong. The silence of the swamp before. It wasn't holding its breath for me. It was hiding. My trading, the part of my brain that had been dormant, now kicked in with icy precision. Do not run. Do not make sudden movements. Make yourself look bigger. But my body refused to obey. I was paralyzed, a statue of flesh and bone. The only part of me that could move was my hand, which slowly, almost involuntarily, raised my camera. It was a useless gesture, a photographer's last instinct. But then I remembered the night vision function. My thumb, trembling, found the button. I lifted the camera to my eye, the world shifting from impenetrable gloom to a grainy, ethereal green. I panned the lens across the clearing, my breath held tight in my chest. I saw the twisted shapes of trees, the hanging moss like ghostly hair, the damp floor of the swamp. And then I saw them. 2 points of light burning with a cold yellow fire. 2 eyes. They stared back at me from the shadows, unblinking, intelligent, and utterly devoid of anything but lethal intent. My fingers, clumsy with fear, fumbled with the focus ring. The image sharpened. The eyes belonged to a head low to the ground. The head belonged to a body, a sleek, muscular frame of tawny fur, coiled like a spring. A long tail twitched almost imperceptibly. A Florida panther. One of the most efficient and elusive predators in North America. It had been stalking something, moving with the silent grace that had made it a creature of legend. And I, Dr. Amelia Vance, with my doctorate and my fancy equipment, had blundered right into its hunting ground, drawn in by a sound I thought I understood. The Limpkin hadn't been screaming for a lost baby. It had been screaming about the panther. Time ceased to be a measurable concept. It stretched and warped, each second an eternity viewed through the grainy, green filter of my camera's night vision. The world was reduced to this single, terrifying tableau, the burning yellow eyes, the coiled muscle, the absolute certainty of my own imminent death. The panther and I were the only 2 beings in existence, locked in a primal standoff that predated humanity itself. My PhD, my awards, my entire life's work dedicated to understanding creatures like this. It all meant nothing. In this moment, I was not a scientist. I was simply prey. My academic mind, though screaming in terror, was still working, ticking through facts and figures with a cold, detached horror. Pantheropartis cori, an adult male can weigh up to 160 pounds, capable of short bursts of speed up to 35 miles per hour, a bite force strong enough to crush bone. They are ambush predators, preferring to attack from behind, targeting the neck to sever the spinal cord. I was facing it. A small mercy, perhaps. At least I would see it coming. The irony was a bitter pill. I had spent my career observing predators, documenting their hunts from a safe distance. I had written papers on their efficiency, their grace, their vital role in the ecosystem. Now, the ecosystem was about to play its vital role on me. The panther remained unnervingly still, a statue carved from shadow and menace. But through the lens, I could see the minute details. The slow, rhythmic rise and fall of its powerful chest. The way its whiskers twitched, tasting the air, tasting me. Its ears were canted forward, focused entirely on my position. It wasn't just looking at me, it was analyzing me, calculating angles, assessing my threat level, which I knew was laughably 0. My mistake was not just misinterpreting the warning. My mistake was my hubris. I had believed that knowledge was a shield. I had walked through the wild places of the world, wrapped in the arrogant assumption that my understanding of nature made me exempt from its fundamental laws. The first law, the only law that mattered now, was that the strong survive by consuming the weak. A low rumble started deep in the panther's chest, a sound that was more felt than heard. It resonated through the soles of my boots, a physical manifestation of its lethal intent. It was the sound of a finely tuned engine of death, idling before it roared to life. It lowered its head ever so slightly, the muscles in its shoulders bunching like thick ropes. This was it. The assessment was over. A decision had been made. My body finally broke free from its paralysis, not with a conscious command, but with a jolt of pure, animalistic survival instinct. The textbook rules flooded my mind. Make yourself look bigger. Make loud noises. Do not show fear. Do not turn your back. I wanted to laugh hysterically, not show fear. My fear was so potent I could smell it, a sharp, coppery scent that mingled with the swamp's decay. With a surge of adrenaline, fueled strength, I tore the heavy camera bag from my shoulder and held it out in front of me. It was a pathetic shield, canvas and padding against claws and teeth. Get back. The voice that came out of my throat was not my own. It was a ragged, high-pitched shriek, almost as unearthly as the limpkin's cry. I took a clumsy step back, my boot sinking deep into the mud, nearly sending me sprawling. The movement was a mistake. The panther exploded into motion. It was not a leap or a bound. It was a fluid, instantaneous deletion of the space between us. One moment it was a coiled form 10 yards away. The next, it was a blur of tawny fur and snarling fury in the air. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of green, tinted chaos. I saw a flash of white teeth, the glint of claws extended like razors. I threw the camera bag at its face, a desperate, futile gesture. It swatted the bag away as if it were a fly, its immense power terrifying to behold. I fell backward, landing hard in the mud and brackish water, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. I scrambled away, my hands clawing at the slick earth, my mind screaming. This is how it ends. Drowning in mud, torn apart in the dark. My final moments a footnote in the life cycle of a predator. My final story, told by no one. The panther landed precisely where I had been standing, its claws digging deep gouges in the soft earth. It let out a snarling hiss, a sound of frustrated rage, and for a split second, its yellow eyes were no longer on me. They were looking past me, at something behind me. A blinding white light cut through the clearing, freezing everything in a harsh, artificial glare. It was followed by a deafening roar, a human sound, full of authority and anger.
Hey, get out of here! Go on, get!
I twisted my head, my eyes squinting against the sudden brightness. It was the park ranger. His truck, which I hadn't even heard approach, was just visible through the trees, its headlights slicing through the darkness. He stood beside the open door, a powerful flashlight in one hand, and I saw with a surge of unbelievable relief, a shotgun in the other pointed not at the panther, but towards the sky. He fired a second time. The blast was concussive, a thunderclap that shook the very air. The panther, caught between its intended prey and this new loud and impossibly bright threat, hesitated. It looked from me, pathetic and mud, soaked on the ground, to the ranger, an unwavering silhouette of human intervention. The predator's calculus, once so simple, was now complicated. The risk had suddenly become too high. With a final, disgusted snarl, it turned. In a single fluid movement, it vanished back into the impenetrable darkness of the swamp from which it came. One moment it was there, a creature of nightmare and legend, and the next it was gone, as if it had been nothing more than a phantom all along. The silence that descended was absolute. There was no growl, no bird call, only the sound of my own ragged, gasping breaths and the pounding of my blood in my ears. The ranger kept his light trained on the spot where the panther had disappeared for a long moment before slowly walking towards me, his boots squelching in the mud. "Mom, are you all right? Are you hurt?" His voice was calm, steady, the voice of someone who had seen the wild face of the park before. I couldn't answer. I could only lie there, covered in mud, trembling uncontrollably. The image of those yellow eyes burned permanently onto the back of my eyelids. I had spent my life studying the line between the human world and the natural world. That night, I had not just crossed it, I had been dragged over it. The cry I thought was a plea for help was an alarm. The alarm I had dismissed as a curiosity was a signal of death, and the death that had been meant for me was averted not by my knowledge or my skill, but by the random chance of a park ranger making his final rounds. I came to the park to capture a story about nature's persistence. I left with a far more personal, far more terrifying one, a story about my own fragility. I no longer just believe in biology, in cause and effect. I believe in the growl in the darkness, in the silence that follows a scream, and in the profound, humbling terror of realizing you are not, and never were, the one in control.
My name is Arthur Jacobs, though most folks who knew me during my career just called me Art. I am retired now, a fact my creaking joints remind me of each morning when the Appalachian mist still hangs low over the valleys. For 35 years, I wore the uniform of a National Park Service ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains. It was more than a job. It was a calling, a lifeblood. I've seen this park in all its moods. The glorious, fiery autumns that draw tourists by the thousands. The deep, silent snows of winter that close roads for weeks. The vibrant, almost violent green of spring, and the hazy, humid summers thick with the drone of cicadas. I have tracked lost hikers, managed troublesome black bears, rebuilt sections of trail washed out by thunderstorms, and spoken to countless school groups about the importance of respecting the wilderness. I thought I had seen it all, understood the rhythms of this ancient place, and accepted its inherent dangers as a simple fact of life. The Smokies are beautiful, but they are not benign. They are among the oldest mountains on Earth, their peaks worn down by time into gentle, rolling giants. But that gentleness is deceptive. The forests are thick, tangled, and in places nearly impenetrable. Rhododendron and mountain laurel create dense thickets that locals call hells. For a good reason. The weather can change in a heartbeat, a sunny afternoon turning into a cold, disorienting fog with terrifying speed. Every year, people get lost. Most are found, sometimes a bit scratched up and humbled, with a newfound respect for the power of nature. Some, however, are not. The wilderness has a way of swallowing mistakes, of erasing tracks, of holding its secrets close. In a long career filled with memorable events, both tragic and heartwarming, there is one case that has followed me, casting a long shadow that even retirement cannot dispel. It's the one that defined my time as a ranger, the story journalists, and amateur sleuths and campfire storytellers always want to hear about. It is the disappearance of Dennis Martin. The date was June 14th, 1969. I was still relatively new to the service then, full of strength and confidence. But the details of that day are seared into my memory as if they happened last week. The Martin family. William, a prominent architect from Knoxville, his wife, and their two sons, Dennis and Douglas, had come up to Spence Field for a weekend camping trip. It was a picture-perfect Father's Day weekend. Spence Field isn't a typical forested campsite. It's a high, elevation grassy bald. A wide, open meadow straddling the border between Tennessee and North Carolina. It offers breathtaking panoramic views, a sea of green ridges stretching to the horizon. It feels open, safe, exposed to the sky. Deceptively so. The family was there with other friends. The children, full of life and sugar, were playing a game. It was a simple, innocent game of hide, and seek, the kind played out in countless backyards. The plan was for the kids to hide in the shrubbery bordering the field, and then jump out to surprise the adults. They did it once, to peals of laughter. Then, Dennis, who was 6 years old, decided to do it again. His father and grandfather watched as he, his older brother, and another boy went to hide for a second prank. The other 2 boys went one way. Dennis, wearing a bright red shirt, darted behind a large, leafy rhododendron bush on the edge of the trail. His family saw him vanish behind the green leaves. They waited. The other 2 boys jumped out. Dennis did not. After a few minutes, the playful waiting turned to concern. His father called his name. "Dennis! Okay, son, you win! Come on out." The only reply was the whisper of the wind across the bald. The concern tightened into fear. A quick search of the immediate area revealed nothing. He was simply gone. The alarm was raised, and what followed was, and still is, the largest search and rescue operation in the history of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I was part of that search from the first day. The initial belief, the one we all clung to, was that he had simply wandered off. A 6-year-old has no real sense of direction. We thought he must have become disoriented in the woods, just beyond the field, and was likely huddled somewhere, cold and scared, waiting to be found. We organized grid searches, our lines of rangers and volunteers, pushing through the dense undergrowth, calling his name until our throats were raw.
Dennis! Dennis Martin!
The name echoed through the hollows, a hopeful plea against the immense silence of the forest. As hours turned into days, the operation swelled. Hundreds of volunteers poured in. The National Guard was activated. Most notably, a team of Green Berets. Special Forces soldiers trained in tracking and survival was brought in from Fort Bragg. These were some of the most capable woodsmen on the planet. We all felt a surge of hope. If anyone could find a trace of the boy, it was them. They were methodical, disciplined, and relentless, and they found nothing. The terrain was brutal. That weekend, a torrential downpour rolled in, turning the mountainsides into slick, muddy slopes and washing away any potential tracks. The temperatures at that elevation dropped, and the reality of a small chilving exposure began to weigh heavily on us all. Yet, we pushed on for weeks. We searched every creek bed, every cave, every hollow. We looked for any sign. A scrap of his red shirt, a dropped toy, anything. The forest offered up nothing, except for one thing. Early in the search, another family, the Keys, reported that they had heard a loud, sickening scream in the woods on the afternoon Dennis vanished. And shortly after, they saw a rough-looking man moving quickly through the trees. That report sent a chill through the entire operation and introduced the horrifying possibility of abduction. But the man was never identified, and no evidence ever supported that theory. Then there was the footprint. A single, small, bare footprint, believed to be from a child, was found in a damp spot of earth miles from Spence Field. But its connection to Dennis was never confirmed, and it led nowhere. The only definitive track was a single shoe print from Dennis's Oxford-style shoe, found not far from where he was last seen. And that was it. One print. After that, he might as well have been lifted into the sky. After weeks of exhaustive, soul-crushing effort, the official search was scaled back and eventually called off. The prevailing theories solidified into two grim possibilities. The first was abduction. A stranger lurking in one of the most remote parts of the park, who managed to snatch a child in broad daylight and vanish without a trace. It seemed improbable. The second, and the one I held to for 50 years, was that Dennis simply got lost. He wandered further than anyone imagined, became hopelessly turned around, and eventually succumbed to the elements. His remains, I reasoned, were scattered by the tireless work of nature. The bears, the coyotes, the endless cycle of decay. It was a devastating tragedy, but it was a logical one. It was an explanation that fit within the known rules of the world. The park is vast and unforgiving, and a small boy is no match for it. That was the story I told myself. It was the only way to file the case away, to let the ghost of that little boy in the red shirt rest. I was wrong. For 50 years, the Dennis Martin case was a ghost in the machine of my career. It became a piece of park lore, a cautionary tale whispered to new rangers, a somber anniversary marked by the occasional news article that would rehash the scant, frustrating details. Every time a child went missing, even for a few hours, the specter of Dennis Martin would rise. The unspoken fear was always there. What if this time is a repeat? What if we fail again? The case files grew thick with dust in the records room, a testament to a collective failure that the park, in its institutional memory, could never fully shake. I would pull that file every few years, especially on slow, rainy days when the past felt closer than the present. I'd read through the witness statements, study the topographical maps, crisscross to the faded ink of search grids, and stare at the grainy photograph of a smiling, 6-year-old boy in a bright red shirt. I'd trace the lines of the report, feeling the phantom weight of that massive, fruitless effort. The logic I had built around his disappearance, that he simply got lost and was reclaimed by the wilderness, was a necessary professional defense, a way to make peace with the unexplainable. It was a story I told myself to keep the true, dark chaos of the world at bay. As the years passed, I climbed the ranks. I became a supervising ranger, then a district ranger. I mentored young men and women, teaching them how to read the woods, how to handle a crisis, how to speak to a frantic parent with a authority that you absolutely did not feel inside. But Spencefield always held a specific gravity for me. Whenever my duties took me up to that high, lonely meadow, I'd feel a change in the air. I'd stand where the Martin family had camped, look over at the wall of rhododendron, and imagine that small boy darting behind it, a flicker of red against the deep green. The case became a part of my own personal geography, a landmark of sorrow on the map of my life. I knew every trail, every spring, every ridgeline in that area. I knew the way the fog could materialize out of thin air, a silent, white wave that could erase the world in minutes. I understood, viscerally, how a person could vanish. My retirement was on the horizon. a date circled on a calendar at home. My 5 years were nearly up. It was a few years before that date. A cool, overcast day in late September. The relentless green of summer was just beginning to yield, with splashes of yellow and orange appearing on the maple and birch trees at the higher elevations. The air had a crisp edge to it, the kind that feels clean in your lungs. I had driven up the winding road, as far as I could, and hiked the last few miles to check on a bear-proof food locker near one of the backcountry shelters. A routine task I'd performed hundreds of times. It was a quiet day. There were few hikers on the trail. The tourist season was winding down. The world was hushed, muffled by the thick blanket of clouds overhead. The only sounds were the scuttling of a squirrel in the leaf litter and the distant, mournful caw of a raven. The locker was secure, untouched by the clever paws of the local black bears. My work was done. I shouldered my pack and began the walk back to my truck, my mind already on the paperwork, waiting for me back at the station. I was walking along a familiar stretch of trail, perhaps a mile or so from Spencefield, when I heard it. A child's laugh. It was unmistakable. Clear and high-pitched. It cut through the forest quiet like a shard of glass. It wasn't a distant sound. It was close. Frighteningly close. It seemed to come from a dense rhododendron, held just off the trail to my left. Every nerve in my body went taut. My slow, comfortable gait stopped dead. My hand instinctively went to the radio on my shoulder, my thumb hovering over the transmit button. Decades of training took over. A child alone in the backcountry is a code. Red emergency. My mind raced through the checklist. Get a location, assess the situation, call for backup, establish a perimeter. I took a deep, silent breath and forced myself into the practiced calm I had used so many times before. I turned toward the bush, moving slowly, deliberately trying not to make a sound that might frighten him. The branches were thick, the leaves like large, waxy paddles, obscuring whatever was inside. "Hey there," I said, pitching my voice to be as gentle and non-threatening as possible. It was the voice I used for lost kids and spooked animals. The ranger voice. "You lost, little guy. Everything's okay." For a moment, there was only silence. I thought perhaps I'd imagined it. A trick of the wind through the leaves. Then, a section of the branches rustled. A small face peeked out from between the leaves. It was a boy, no older than 6 or 7. His hair was sandy brown, and his face was cherubic, with round cheeks, and a smattering of freckles across his nose. He was wearing clothes that struck me as odd, almost like a costume from another time. A plain bright red shirt and simple green shorts. He wasn't crying or scared. He was just looking at me, a playful, knowing little smile on his face. Relief washed over me, a powerful wave that almost made my knees weak. He was real. He was safe. "Well, hello there," I said, smiling back. "That's a pretty good hiding spot. Where are your parents? Are they camping nearby?" He didn't answer. The smile remained, fixed and unwavering. He just giggled again, that same clear, bright sound. Then he lifted a small hand and pointed. Not back toward the trail or the shelter. but deeper into the woods, into the tangled, trackless wilderness beyond the rhododendron bush. Then, as quickly as he had appeared, he ducked back behind the curtain of leaves. A strange and profound unease began to creep in, cold and heavy. Something was fundamentally wrong. It wasn't just the old-fashioned clothes or his lack of response. It was his eyes. In that brief moment he had looked at me. His eyes hadn't seemed like a child's. They were ancient, intelligent, and completely devoid of the innocence or fear I would expect to see. They were like the eyes of a predator, watching from a blind. The feeling was so powerful, so jarring, that it stole the air from my lungs. The initial relief curdled into a primal sense of dread. The silence that followed his disappearance back into the bush was suddenly immense and threatening. The silence that descended after the boy vanished back into the rhododendron was a physical weight. The air grew thick and heavy, and the mundane sounds of the forest I'd heard only moments before, the rustle of leaves, the distant bird call, were gone, swallowed by a profound and unnatural stillness. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden void. I stood frozen on the trail, 10 feet from that bush, my training and my instincts locked in a paralyzing war. My ranger mind was screaming procedures at me. The child is hiding, possibly scared. Do not make sudden moves. Keep talking. Coax him out. But a deeper, more ancient part of my brain, the part that recognizes predators, was screaming something else entirely. Run. That was not a child. Get out now. For a long moment, I could not move. The cold dread that had begun as a trickle was now a flood, icy and absolute. The image of the boy's eyes was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. Not the eyes of a lost 6-year-old, but something ancient, patient, and utterly devoid of human warmth. It was the look of a trap that knows its bait is perfect. My breath came in ragged bursts. I forced my legs to move, one leaden step at a time, closing the distance to the bush. The leaves were still unmoving. There was no sound from within. "Okay, game's over," I said, my voice a strained, unconvincing whisper. "Come on out now." The words felt foolish, a pointless ritual in the face of what I was feeling. Reaching the edge of the thicket, I hesitated, my hand trembling slightly. Then I took a deep breath and pushed the dense, waxy leaves aside. There was nothing. Not just no boy, but nothing. The ground inside the small hollow created by the bush's branches was covered in undisturbed leaf litter. There were no crushed ferns, no broken twigs, no indentations where small feet might have stood just seconds before. It was as if no living thing had been there for weeks. It was physically impossible. I had been standing right there. I saw him. I heard him. He could not have slipped past me without my seeing or hearing him. The woods behind the bush were a tangled wall of green. Not even a deer could have crashed through it without making a tremendous racket. He had simply ceased to be there. Panic began to claw its way up my throat. I stumbled back from the bush, my eyes scanning the forest floor with frantic intensity. I began to circle the rhododendron hell, my gaze locked on the ground, searching for a track, a scuff mark, any sign of passage. Nothing. The earth held no secrets. It was as if I'd been talking to a phantom, a projection on the forest air. The logic that had governed my entire life, the solid, dependable rules of cause and effect, was fracturing. I felt a wave of vertigo, as if the very ground beneath my boots had become unstable. He was there, and then he was not. A person cannot just evaporate. I called out again, my voice louder this time, tinged with a desperation I couldn't hide. "Hey, kid." The only answer was the echo of my own voice, sounding small and foolish against the immense, watching silence of the mountains. The woods felt alien now, hostile. Every shadow seemed to deepen, and every tree seemed to lean in, observing me. I was no longer a ranger in control. I was prey, suddenly aware of the hunter. And then, as I stood there, in a state of cold, creeping terror, a single detail floated to the surface of my panicked thoughts. A flicker of color. The red shirt. Why was that so important? My mind, struggling to find purchase on anything solid, snagged on that detail. A boy in a red shirt, a boy of about 6, near Spencefield. The pieces began to drift together, slow and horrifying, like debris surfacing from a deep, dark lake. The Dennis Martin case. The official report. The photograph of the smiling child, taken by his father on the very day he disappeared. I could see it in my mind's eye. A grainy black and white image from a file I knew by heart. But the description was in color. William Martin had been specific. Dennis was wearing a red t-shirt. It hit me with the force of a physical blow. A sudden, sickening lurch in my stomach, as if I'd stepped off a cliff in the dark. I stumbled backward, away from the bush, my hand flying to my mouth. It wasn't a coincidence. It couldn't be. The location, the age, the clothes, it was a perfect match. A 50-year-old echo brought to horrifying life. The chill I felt now had nothing to do with the mountain air. This was a deep, soul-level cold, the cold of a tomb. I didn't walk back to my truck. I ran. I crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the branches that whipped at my face, my lungs burning. The quiet, peaceful forest I had walked through an hour earlier was now a place of nightmares. Every rhododendron bush I passed looked like the one. Every shadow seemed to hold a small, smiling shape. When I finally reached my vehicle, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly. It took 3 tries to get the door open. I threw myself inside and locked the doors, my heart still trying to batter its way out of my chest. The drive back down the mountain was a blur. I don't remember the turns or the familiar landmarks. My mind was a maelstrom of impossibility and dawning, awful truth. When I burst into the station, my colleagues looked up, startled by my wild-eyed appearance. I ignored their questions, strode straight to the records room, and pulled the thick, dusty binder labeled Martin, Dennis, Disappearance 1969. My hands were steady now, my movements driven by a cold, grim purpose. I flipped through the brittle, yellowed pages, the witness statements, the search maps, the official summaries, until I found the envelope containing the photographs. I slid out the glossy black and white prints, and there he was. Dennis Martin, grinning for his father's camera, a happy kid on a family camping trip. And he was wearing a simple, plain, short-sleeved T-shirt. The red shirt. That's when I finally understood. My great mistake. The mistake everyone had made for half a century was in thinking the Dennis Martin case was a cold one. We thought it was a tragedy frozen in time, a mystery whose clues had long since been washed away by rain and reclaimed by the earth. It's not. It's an active case. It is a patient, ongoing lure. Whatever is in those mountains, whatever took that little boy in 1969, is still here. It's not a ghost, not the sad, lingering spirit of a lost child. A ghost is just an echo. This is something else entirely. It is a predator. It learned from Dennis. It learned what he looked like, what he wore, the sound of his laugh. And now, it uses that knowledge as a disguise. Sometimes on a quiet, overcast day, it puts on his face and his clothes and stands behind a bush, smiling its knowing, ancient smile. It waits for a hiker, a ranger, a curious soul to stop. It waits for someone to come looking. It's not a haunting. It's an imposter. And it's still out there, in the deep woods, playing its endless, terrifying game of hide and seek. My name is Dr. Sofia Garcia. For the past 11 years, I have held the dual titles of senior field, biologist and park ranger, under the purview of the U.S. Department of the Interior, assigned to Everglades National Park. My work is a life of methodical observation and empirical data. I measure the parts per million salinity in the brackish estuaries where the fresh water meets the sea. I conduct transect surveys of wading bird populations, my boots sinking into the same marl prairie that has sustained them for millennia. I analyze tissue samples from Florida panthers to track genetic diversity and the insidious creep of mercury through the food chain. My world is one of quantifiable facts, of peer-reviewed papers, and of the unyielding logic of the natural world. I believe in cause and effect, in ecological succession, in the elegant, brutal mathematics of predator and prey. The Everglades, to the uninitiated, is a swamp, a faded mosquito-infested backwater. But to a biologist, it is a miracle. It is not a swamp. It is a river 50 miles wide and inches deep, flowing silently and inexorably south from Lake Okeechobee to the Florida Bay. A river of grass. This landscape operates on a timescale that dwarfs human life. Its beauty is not in grand mountains or roaring canyons, but in the subtle shift of light across the sawgrass. The explosive splash of a tarpon in a hidden channel, the primeval stillness of a cypress dome that feels older than memory. But even a place governed by natural law has its share of folklore. Every ranger station, every remote research outpost, has its own collection of stories, passed down over lukewarm coffee and during long, humid nights. These are the park's ghost stories, the cultural artifacts of a place that has swallowed more than its share of secrets. We have tales of Calusa, war parties, their spectral canoes gliding through the mangrove tunnels, their spirits still guarding ancestral lands. There are stories of phantom skunk apes, the Everglades' own Bigfoot, leaving behind footprints too large to be real and a stench of decay. And then there is the crown jewel of South Florida mythology, Flight 19, Even I, a woman of science, feel a slight chill when the subject arises. On December 5, 1945, 5 TBM, Avenger torpedo bombers lifted off from the Naval Air Station in Fort Lauderdale for a routine training exercise. They flew east, out over the Atlantic, completed their bombing run, and then turned back toward the coast. They were never seen again. The radio transmissions from the flight leader, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, are the stuff of legend. He reported that his compasses were malfunctioning, that he was lost, that he couldn't recognize any landmarks. Everything is wrong, strange, he was heard to say. We can't be sure of any direction. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should. They vanished. A Martin Mariner flying boat sent to search for them also vanished, taking 13 men with it. They were all swallowed by the area we now call the Bermuda Triangle. It's a story of profound and inexplicable disorientation, of the world itself seeming to peel away at the edges. A fascinating story, but one for the history books and conspiracy theorists, not for a field biologist. My work often takes me to the park's most isolated sectors, areas where the drone of an airboat is the only man-made sound you'll hear for days. Last Tuesday was one such day. I was heading deep into a section designated on our maps as the Shark River Slough, a vast, watery prairie that is among the most remote and untouched parts of the park. My objective was routine: collect a series of water and sediment samples from a string of small, unnamed pools to monitor for invasive algae species. It was a long, solitary journey, the roar of my airboat's engine a familiar companion. The sun was relentless, a white, hot disk in a bleached blue sky. The air was thick, humid, tasting of water and chlorophyll and the faint, sweet scent of decay that is the perfume of the Everglades. It was well past midday when I noticed the first thing that was wrong. The engine on my airboat, a reliable machine I maintained with meticulous care, began to sputter. It didn't die, but the steady, deafening roar faltered, dropping in pitch for a few seconds before catching again. I tapped the fuel gauge. Full. I checked the temperature. Normal. I dismissed it as a momentary clog in the fuel line, a common enough occurrence. But an undercurrent of unease had been introduced to my day. A few minutes later, it happened again. This time, the sputter was accompanied by a flicker in my GPS unit. The screen went blank for a heartbeat, then rebooted, its satellite acquisition graphics spinning as it tried to reorient itself. That was when I cut the engine. The sudden silence was immense, broken only by the faint, high, pitched whine of insects and the gentle lapping of water against the hull. The airboat drifted slowly in the sluggish current. I stood up, shielding my eyes, and scanned the horizon. The landscape was a monotonous, breathtaking expanse of sawgrass, stretching in every direction. But to the northwest, perhaps a mile away, I saw a light. It wasn't the glint of sun on water, which I knew like the back of my hand. This was a softer, more diffuse light, a shimmering, colorful haze that seemed to hang low over the grass. My scientific curiosity overrode my unease. This was an anomaly, and anomalies were meant to be investigated. I started the engine. which now roared back to life without hesitation, and pointed the bow toward the strange light. As I drew closer, the nature of the phenomenon became clearer and more baffling. It was a rainbow swamp, a term we use for a rare but understood occurrence. Under specific anaerobic conditions, decaying vegetation can release natural oils that spread across the water's surface, creating a thin film that refracts light like a soap bubble, producing a rainbow-colored sheen. I had seen it a dozen times before. It was a beautiful, textbook example of organic chemistry in action. But this was not that. As I approached the edge of the small, isolated pool from which the light was emanating, I saw that the colors were not just a surface level slick. The entire body of water, from the surface to the muddy bottom, was glowing. It was a volumetric, three-dimensional rainbow. Swirling prismatic bands of violet, indigo rolled, and crimson light pulsed slowly within the water itself, as if the pool were a giant, liquid opal. It was the most beautiful and the most profoundly unnatural thing I had ever seen. I brought the airboat to a stop about 20 feet from the bank and tethered it to a sturdy mangrove root. The air here felt different, heavy, oppressively still. The usual chorus of insects was gone. There was no birdsong. The silence was absolute. I grabbed my sample kit and my field radio and stepped carefully out of the boat, my boots making a soft sucking sound in the mud. As I approached the glowing pool, a wave of intense vertigo washed over me. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, and I had to put a hand out to steady myself against a cypress knee. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Perhaps I was dehydrated. I unclipped the radio from my belt to check in with the main station, a standard safety procedure when in the deep wilderness. I keyed the microphone. Ranger Station, this is Garcia. Call sign Everglades 7. Radio check, over. Nothing. Not even the familiar hiss of open channel static. It was dead silent, as if the battery had been removed. I checked it. The battery was fine, fully charged. My blood ran cold. I fumbled for my personal GPS unit, the one that had flickered earlier. The screen was black. It was completely dead. I pulled out my old-fashioned, reliable magnetic compass. I held it flat in my palm and waited for the needle to settle. It didn't. It spun lazily, aimlessly, as if the Earth's magnetic poles had simply ceased to exist. Everything is wrong, strange. We can't be sure of any direction. The words of the lost pilot echoed in my mind, a sudden, unwelcome intruder in my rational thoughts. I stood there, at the edge of a silent, impossible, glowing pool, miles from anyone, with no way to navigate and no way to call for help. The beautiful, hypnotic colors in the water seemed to pulse with a slow, deliberate rhythm, a silent, alien heartbeat. My own heart was pounding against my ribs. I was a scientist. There had to be an explanation. A localized magnetic anomaly. A gaseous emission causing hallucinations. I knelt at the water's edge, my mind racing through possibilities, trying to cage the impossible sight before me in a framework of logic. I had to understand the cause. I stared into the water, past the shifting, incandescent light, trying to see the bottom of the pool, searching for the source of this impossible energy. and then I saw it. Below the shimmering veil of color, resting on the dark marl of the pool's floor, were shapes. They were dark, angular, and terribly, terribly wrong. Not rocks, not sunken logs. They were geometric, metallic. I saw the glint of a wing, the distinct, rounded curve of a fuselage, the unmistakable silhouette of a propeller blade, frozen in the silent, glowing water. Time, for a scientist, is a measurable quantity. It is the decay of isotopes, the swing of a pendulum, the steady march of seconds into minutes into hours. But in that moment, kneeling at the edge of the glowing water, time ceased to function. It became a thick, viscous fluid stretching into an eternity as I stared at the impossible shapes below. My first thought was one of frantic, desperate denial. Refraction. The strange, luminous quality of the water must be distorting sunken logs, twisting the familiar shapes of cypress roots into a pareidolia of mechanical parts. The mind sees what it expects to see, and my mind, primed by the local folklore and the inexplicable failure of my equipment, was projecting a fantasy onto the mundane. I was a biologist, a pragmatist. I was not the kind of person who found ghost planes in a swamp. I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep, shuddering breath. That did little calm the frantic hammering in my chest, and opened them again. I forced myself to be methodical, to observe, to catalog. I focused on a single point, tracing the outline of one of the objects. There was the unmistakable blunt nose of a military aircraft, the straight, powerful line of a wing, the greenhouse-like canopy of the cockpit, the tail assembly with its vertical stabilizer. It was, without any doubt, a Grumman TBM Avenger, the same model as the lost planes of Flight 19. My brain, a repository of facts and figures, supplied the data unbidden wingspan, 54 feet, length, 40 feet, engine, a Wright R, 2600 twin Cyclone radial. A relic of a bygone era. My gaze shifted. To the left of the first plane was another, and another, and another. My breath hitched. I crawled slowly along the muddy bank, my scientific detachment shattering with every foot. My mind was no longer cataloging, it was counting. 2, 3, 5, there were 5 of them. 5 TBM Avengers, resting on the bottom of this impossible pool. The vertigo returned with a vengeance, a dizzying, nauseating spin that made the solid ground feel like the deck of a ship in a storm. I fell back from the edge, landing hard on the damp earth, my heart a wild animal trapped in my ribs. This wasn't a crash site. Crash sites are chaotic. They are scars of violence, debris fields of shredded metal, and shattered components spread over a wide area. This was an arrangement. The 5 planes were positioned in a nearly perfect 5-pointed star, their noses pointed inward toward a central, empty space. It was deliberate, a formation, as if they had simply landed here, in perfect unison, and settled to the bottom. And the condition, my God, they should have been skeletons, eaten away by 80 years of submersion in the acidic, tannic water of the Everglades. They should have been covered in a thick shroud of algae and sediment, their aluminum skins pitted and corroded. But they were pristine. The dark blue paint of the U.S. Navy was not faded. I could almost make out the white star, and bar insignia on a wing, its colors muted, but clear through the shifting rainbow light. They looked like museum pieces, carefully lowered into the water yesterday. My mistake, the one that now felt like a fatal flaw, was in my certainty. I had approached this place with a textbook explanation for a natural phenomenon. I had seen the rainbow swamp and assumed the cause was decaying vegetation. I failed to consider that the phenomenon might not be the result of decay, but the cause of it. The beautiful, hypnotic colors were not a symptom of nature at work. They were a symptom of something else entirely. A strange radiation. A leakage from a wound in the very fabric of the world, with these 5 planes at its heart. The Everglades don't just swallow things. Sometimes they hold them. They preserve them in a pocket of wrongness, a place where the laws of physics have been suspended, forever broadcasting their final, confused moments. The silence pressed in on me again, no longer empty but filled with a terrible, waiting presence. The slow, rhythmic pulse of the light in the water seemed to be getting stronger, or perhaps I was just becoming more attuned to it. It felt like an inhalation and an exhalation, the slow breathing of some vast, sleeping entity. And with it came a sound. It wasn't a sound in my ears, but a sound inside my skull, a faint crackle of static, the ghost of a radio signal struggling to resolve itself from noise. A man's voice, tinny and laced with a rising panic. Can't see the sun. Both my compasses are out. The words were fragmented, distorted, like a recording played on a dying machine. But the terror was perfectly clear. Don't know where we are. We must have gotten turned around. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, away from the water, away from the voice in my head. My hand brushed against my sample kit, and a new, colder wave of fear washed over me. I had come here to take samples. The thought of dipping a bottle into that water, of capturing that light, of bringing a piece of this wrongness back with me, was horrifying. What was this energy? What had it done to the pilots? What was it doing to me right now? The disorientation, the vertigo, the equipment failure. It was a contagion. This place was sick, and I had exposed myself to it. My training and my instincts were now at war. The scientist in me screamed to document, to record, to understand this unprecedented anomaly. This was the discovery of a lifetime, a phenomenon that would rewrite textbooks. But the ranger, the animal part of my brain that understood survival, screamed one clear word: run. Survival won. I got to my feet, my legs unsteady, and turned my back on the pool. I didn't look back. I was afraid that if I did, I would see something else in the water. A face in a cockpit. A hand pressed against the glass. I focused on my airboat, 20 feet away, looking like a relic from another, saner world. Every step was a struggle. The air felt thick, like I was wading through syrup. The silence was a physical weight. The familiar landscape of sawgrass and cypress was now alien, menacing. The shadows under the mangrove roots seemed darker, deeper. Was something watching me from the tree line? Was the silence not an absence of life, but a sign that all other life had fled? I reached the airboat, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and practically fell into the pilot's seat. My hands shook so violently I could barely fit the key into the ignition. I turned it. A click. A whine. Nothing. The engine that had been so reliable, that had carried me deep into this wilderness, was as dead as my radio. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was stranded. Stranded in a place where direction had no meaning, where technology failed, where the dead spoke in my head. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead against the steering yoke.
No, 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 no.
I whispered, the words a desperate prayer. I took a breath. I tried again. I turned the key and held it, feeding a little gas, begging the machine to work. The engine sputtered. It coughed, a cloud of black smoke erupting from the exhaust. It caught. It faltered. Then, with a deafening roar, that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, it roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the throttle forward, and the airboat leaped away from the bank, its fan throwing up a spray of mud and water. I spun the rudder, turning the boat in a wide, frantic arc, and aimed it back the way I had come. For a single, terrible second, my gaze was pulled back toward the pool. The rainbow glow was still there, a silent, beautiful, malevolent jewel in the heart of the swamp. It seemed to pulse once, a slow, knowing farewell, before I tore my eyes away and focused only on the endless river of grass ahead. I was fleeing, running for my life from a ghost story that had turned out to be terrifyingly, impossibly real. Time, for a scientist, is a measurable quantity. It is the decay of isotopes, the swing of a pendulum, the steady march of seconds into minutes into hours. But in that moment, kneeling at the edge of the glowing water, time ceased to function. It became a thick, viscous fluid, stretching into an eternity as I stared at the impossible shapes below. My first thought was one of frantic, desperate denial. Refraction. The strange, luminous quality of the water must be distorting sunken logs, twisting the familiar shapes of cypress roots into a pareidolia of mechanical parts. The mind sees what it expects to see. And my mind, primed by the local folklore and the inexplicable failure of my equipment, was projecting a fantasy onto the mundane. I was a biologist, a pragmatist. I was not the kind of person who found ghost planes in a swamp. I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep, shuddering breath that did, to calm the frantic hammering in my chest, and opened them again. I forced myself to be methodical, to observe, to catalog. I focused on a single point, tracing the outline of one of the objects. There was the unmistakable blunt nose of a military aircraft, the straight, powerful line of a wing, the greenhouse-like canopy of the cockpit, the tail assembly with its vertical stabilizer. It was, without any doubt, a Grumman TBM Avenger. The same model as the lost planes of Flight 19. My brain, a repository of facts and figures, supplied the data unbidden wingspan, 54 feet, length 40 feet, engine, a Wright R2600 twin, Cyclone radial, a relic of a bygone era. My gaze shifted. To the left of the first plane was another, and another, and another. My breath hitched. I crawled slowly along the muddy bank, my scientific detachment shattering with every foot. My mind was no longer cataloging. It was counting. 1, 2, 3, 5. There were 5 of them, 5 TBM Avengers, resting on the bottom of this impossible pool. The vertigo returned with a vengeance, a dizzying, nauseating spin that made the solid ground feel like the deck of a ship in a storm. I fell back from the edge, landing hard on the damp earth, my heart a wild animal trapped in my ribs. This wasn't a crash site. Crash sites are chaotic. They are scars of violence, debris fields of shredded metal, and shattered components spread over a wide area. This was an arrangement. The 5 planes were positioned in a nearly perfect 5-pointed star, their noses pointed inward toward a central, empty space. It was deliberate, a formation, as if they had simply landed here, in perfect unison, and settled to the bottom. And the condition? My God, the condition. They should have been skeletons, eaten away by 80 years of submersion in the acidic, tannic water of the Everglades. They should have been covered in a thick shroud of algae and sediment, their aluminum skins pitted and corroded, but they were pristine. The dark blue paint of the U.S. Navy was not faded. I could almost make out the white star and bar insignia on a wing, its colors muted but clear through the shifting rainbow light. They looked like museum pieces, carefully lowered into the water yesterday. My mistake, the one that now felt like a fatal flaw, was in my certainty. I had approached this place of a textbook explanation for a natural phenomenon. I had seen the rainbow swamp and assumed the cause was decaying vegetation. I failed to consider that the phenomenon might be the result of decay, but the cause of it. The beautiful, hypnotic colors were not a symptom of nature at work. They were a symptom of something else entirely. A strange radiation, a leakage from a wound in the very fabric of the world, with these 5 planes at its heart. The Everglades don't just swallow things. Sometimes they hold them. They preserve them in a pocket of wrongness, a place where the laws of physics have been suspended, forever broadcasting their final, confused moments. The silence pressed in on me again, no longer empty, but filled with a terrible, waiting presence. The slow, rhythmic pulse of the light in the water seemed to be getting stronger. Or perhaps I was just becoming more attuned to it. It felt like an inhalation and an exhalation, the slow breathing of some vast, sleeping entity. And with it came a sound. It wasn't a sound in my ears, but a sound inside my skull, a faint crackle of static. The ghost of a radio signal struggling to resolve itself from noise. A man's voice, tinny and laced with a rising panic. Can't see the sun. Both my compasses are out. The words were fragmented, distorted, like a recording played on a dying machine, but the terror was perfectly clear. Don't know where we are. We must have gotten turned around. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, away from the water, away from the voice in my head. My hand brushed against my sample kit, and a new, colder wave of fear washed over me. I had come here to take samples. The thought of dipping a bottle into that water, of capturing that light, of bringing a piece of this wrongness back with me, was horrifying. What was this energy? What had it done to the pilots? What was it doing to me right now? The disorientation, the vertigo, the equipment failure. It was a contagion. This place was sick, and I had exposed myself to it. My training and my instincts were now at war. The scientist in me screamed to document, to record, to understand this unprecedented anomaly. This was the discovery of a lifetime, a phenomenon that would rewrite textbooks. But the ranger, the animal part of my brain that understood survival, screamed one clear word: run. Survival won. I got to my feet, my legs unsteady, and turned my back on the pool. I didn't look back. I was afraid that if I did, I would see something else in the water. A face in a cockpit. A hand pressed against the glass. I focused on my airboat, 20 feet away, looking like a relic from another, saner world. Every step was a struggle. The air felt thick, like I was wading through syrup. The silence was a physical weight. The familiar landscape of sawgrass and cypress was now alien, menacing. The shadows under the mangrove roots seemed darker, deeper. Was something watching me from the tree line? Was the silence not an absence of life, but a sign that all other life had fled? I reached the airboat, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and practically fell into the pilot's seat. My hands shook so violently I could barely fit the key into the ignition. I turned it. A click. A whine. Nothing. The engine that had been so reliable, that had carried me deep into this wilderness, was as dead as my radio. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was stranded. Stranded in a place where direction had no meaning, where technology failed, where the dead spoke in my head. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead against the steering yoke. No, 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 I whispered. The words a desperate prayer. I took a breath. I tried again. I turned the key and held it, feeding a little gas, begging the machine to work. The engine sputtered. It coughed, a cloud of black smoke erupting from the exhaust. It caught. It faltered. Then, with a deafening roar that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, it roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the throttle forward, and the airboat leaped away from the bank, its fan throwing up a spray of mud and water. I spun the rudder, turning the boat in a wide, frantic arc, and aimed it back the way I had come. For a single, terrible second, my gaze was pulled back toward the pool. The rainbow glow was still there, a silent, beautiful, malevolent jewel in the heart of the swamp. It seemed to pulse once, a slow, knowing farewell, before I tore my eyes away and focused only on the endless river of grass ahead. I was fleeing, running for my life from a ghost story that had turned out to be terrifyingly, impossibly real. The journey back was a blur of panic and adrenaline. I didn't navigate, I fled. I kept the throttle of the airboat pushed to its maximum, the engine screaming in protest as we skimmed over the water and sawgrass. The world I had known my entire professional life, a landscape I could read like a map, had become a hostile, alien territory. Every ripple on the water looked like the beginning of that terrible, prismatic glow. Every shadow thrown by a cypress dome seemed to hide a silent observer. The familiar calls of ospreys and herons sounded like warnings. The air itself, once a comforting blanket of humid life, felt charged with a menacing energy, and the phantom crackle of radio static still echoed at the edges of my hearing. I didn't trust my senses. Was the sky truly the right shade of blue? Was the sun in the correct position? The disorientation lingered, deep-seated, sickness that went beyond mere physical symptoms. It was a metaphysical vertigo, a feeling that the world itself was no longer securely anchored. It was late afternoon when the familiar outline of the main ranger station appeared on the horizon. The sight of the corrugated metal roofs and the radio tower, symbols of order and human logic, brought a wave of relief so intense it almost buckled my knees. I guided the airboat to the dock with shaking hands, cutting the engine and letting the sudden silence wash over me. For a moment, I just sat there, listening to the normal sounds of the station, the hum of the generator, the distant chatter of my colleagues, the clinking of tools from the maintenance shed. These were the sounds of reality, a reality I had nearly lost. My supervisor, a grizzled veteran named Dave Chen, was the first to meet me. He took one look at my face, pale, streaked with mud, my eyes wide with a terror I couldn't hide, and his usual gruff demeanor softened with concern. "Sophia, what the hell happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost." The question hung in the air between us. How could I answer that? I saw something worse, Dave. I saw a ghost story that was real. I saw 5 ghost planes in a radioactive pool that breaks the laws of physics. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I just shook my head, the tremors starting in my hands again. I mumbled something about engine trouble, dehydration, getting turned around. It was a weak, pathetic lie, and we both knew it. He helped me out of the boat, his hand steady on my arm, and walked me toward the main building, his questions ceasing as he recognized the profound shock I was in. That night, I sat in my small office, the sterile fluorescent lights humming above me, and tried to write my field report. It is a sacred ritual for a scientist, the translation of experience into objective data. Date, time, location, objective. I filled in the easy parts. But when I got to the section titled Observations, my fingers froze over the keyboard. What could I possibly write? Observe localized spatio-temporal anomaly. Encountered 5 I-5 pristine TBM Avenger aircraft, believed to be the missing Flight 19, submerged in a pool of unknown. Luminous liquid, which appears to disrupt electromagnetic fields and induce auditory and vestibular hallucinations. It was insane. It was the kind of report that would get me a mandatory psychiatric evaluation and a permanent desk job. Far away from the wilderness I loved. My entire career, my reputation, my identity as a rational, evidence-based scientist was built on a foundation that could not support the weight of what I had seen. I stared at the blank screen, the cursor blinking patiently, and felt a chasm open up between my life before that day and my life now. I had crossed a boundary and could never go back. In the end, I wrote a simple, cowardly report. Uncountered severe engine and equipment malfunction in Sector Gamma 7. GPS and radio non-operational. Magnetic compass unreliable. Aborted sampling mission due to unsafe conditions. Recommend temporary restriction of Sector Gamma. 7 pending equipment diagnostic. It was the truth, but it was a shallow, hollow version of it. a lie of omission that felt like a betrayal of my scientific soul. Sleep, when it finally came, offered no escape. My dreams were a chaotic swirl of pulsing rainbow light and the terrified voices of the lost pilots. I saw the faces of the young men in the cockpits, their eyes wide not with fear of a crash, but with sheer, uncomprehending disbelief at the world dissolving around them. I saw the ocean below them turn from blue to a swirling, oily spectrum of impossible color. I felt the sickening lurch as their planes flew not just off course, but out of our world entirely, slipping through a wound in reality to come to rest in that quiet, waiting pool in the Everglades. I woke up with my own scream, caught in my throat, my heart pounding, the phantom static crackling in my ears. It has been 3 weeks since that day. I do my job. I count the birds, I test the water, I file the reports. But something is broken. The certainty that once anchored me is gone, replaced by a terrifying awareness of how fragile the rules of our world truly are. I look at the Everglades, this place I thought I knew, and I see it with new eyes. It is no longer just a river of grass. It is a place of immense power and ancient mystery, a landscape that holds secrets far older and stranger than humanity. I see the subtle weirdness I once dismissed as folklore, and I understand it now as the surface ripples of a much deeper, unseen current. I have not been back to Sector Gamma 7. It is officially off limits, marked on the park maps as an area of unexplained magnetic interference. No one asks questions. In the Everglades, some places are simply left alone. But I know it's still there. Sometimes, on a clear night when the air is still, I think I can see a faint, colorful glow on the northwestern horizon. A soft, pulsing light like a beacon, or a heartbeat. My mistake was in my scientific arrogance. I believed that the things I couldn't measure didn't exist. I failed to understand that in some places, the natural world is just a thin veil, and what lies beneath is not meant for human eyes. The rainbow swamp wasn't a product of decay. It was a scar, a wound in the world, left by the passage of 5 planes that flew too close to a reality not their own. They didn't crash in the ocean. They crashed here. And they are still here, preserved in a pocket of wrongness, forever broadcasting their final, confused moments into the heart of the swamp. And I, a scientist who deals in facts, am now the unwilling keeper of a truth that can never be told. A truth that whispers to me in the silence, between the heartbeats of the Everglades. My official title is Climbing Ranger William O'Connell, a designation I've held for the better part of a decade on the formidable slopes of Mount Rainier. The name, Liam, is what my friends call me, but on the mountain, formality often feels like a necessary piece of armor. My jurisdiction is the upper mountain, that ethereal, unforgiving realm above 10,000 feet, where the air thins to a crystalline ether and the world below shrinks to a map of greens and blues. My duties are threefold: to patrol these high-altitude zones, to provide assistance to climbers who find themselves in peril, and, with a frequency that weighs heavily on the soul, to recover the bodies of those for whom the mountain was the final destination. Rainier, or Tahoma, as the Coast Salish people first named it, is not one mountain but two. There is the mountain you see on postcards, a majestic, dormant volcano crowned with a pristine mantle of snow, serene and beautiful against a summer sky. Then there is the mountain I know. This one is a living, breathing entity, a beast of ice and rock that groans under weight of its own glaciers. Its moods shift with terrifying speed. Its breath a wind that can shear the warmth from your body in minutes. It is a place of profound, almost spiritual beauty, where the sunrise can set the snow ablaze in hues of rose and gold. It is also a place of absolute indifference, a vertical wilderness where a single misstep, a moment of inattention, or a simple turn of bad luck is all it takes to be erased. Every death on this mountain is a tragedy, a story cut short. Yet most are, in their own grim way, understandable. We find climbers who have succumbed to the brutal logic of gravity, their ropes severed by rockfall or their holds giving way on a sheer ice wall. We find those taken by avalanches, buried in an instant under tons of consolidated snow, their frantic struggle lasting only seconds. We find others who misjudged the insidious creep of high altitude pulmonary or cerebral edema, their bodies shutting down as their minds clouded with confusion. These are the explainable deaths, the ones we can document in our reports with a clear chain of cause and effect. They are heartbreaking, but they fit within the known parameters of risk that every climber accepts. But the death of Eric Lewis was different. It was a story that refused to be categorized, a file that remains open in the back of my mind, cold and sharp-edged. His case was a chilling testament to a truth every veteran ranger comes to understand. The greatest dangers on Rainier are not always the objective hazards of ice and altitude. Sometimes, the mountain finds a way inside your head, making you do the impossible, the unthinkable. The incident began on a late September afternoon. The season was waning, and the weather windows were becoming shorter, more unpredictable. Eric was part of a three-man rope team attempting the summit via the Disappointment Cleaver route, a classic but demanding path that is anything but a disappointment for those unprepared. His partners, Mark and David, were seasoned climbers with multiple high-altitude ascents under their belts. Eric, while the least experienced of the three, was by all accounts a strong, competent mountaineer, fit and mentally sharp. I had checked their permits myself at the ranger station at Paradise, and they seemed like a solid team. Well equipped, cautious, and respectful of the mountain. They made good time initially, but as they ascended past Camp Muir and onto the upper mountain, the weather began to turn. The forecast had called for increasing winds, but what descended upon them was something else entirely. It was a whiteout blizzard of shocking intensity, a sudden, furious vortex of wind and snow that reduced visibility to the length of a climbing rope. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of white. Up and down became meaningless concepts, the sky and the ground merging into a single, disorienting void. Mark and David, true to their experience, made the correct and courageous decision to abandon their summit bid and turn back. Survival, not glory, was now the only objective. They were roped together in standard fashion for a glacial descent, Mark in the lead, David in the middle, and Eric as the last man on the rope, providing the rear anchor. The rope, their physical and psychological lifeline, was the only thing connecting them to each other and to safety. Their descent was a grueling, terrifying ordeal. They moved at a glacial pace, each step a calculated risk on the 45-degree slope of ice and snow. According to their official statements, which I took myself a day later, their faces raw with windburn and shock. They could occasionally glimpse Eric's headlamp behind them. It was a small, reassuring beacon in the swirling chaos, a confirmation that their teammate was still there, still connected, still fighting. Then it happened. In one surreal moment, the rope trailing back to Eric went slack. It wasn't the sudden, violent jolt of a fall, but a gentle, unnerving release of tension. Mark and David stopped, their hearts seizing in their chests. Their first thought was that he had slipped and the rope had somehow snagged on a rock or a serac. It was a terrifying possibility, but one that had a protocol. They braced themselves, dug their ice axes in deep, and began to haul in the slack, shouting his name into the wind, the words stolen from their lips and swallowed by the storm. The rope came up, coiling at their feet. It felt light, impossibly light. They kept pulling, their gloved hands working frantically, a cold dread seeping into their bones, far colder than the blizzard's chill. Finally, the end of the rope appeared out of the white gloom. It came up empty. At the end was a perfectly tied, perfectly dressed figure. 8 follow, through knot, the standard knot used to attach a climber to the rope. But the locking carabiner, the crucial metal link that should have been clipped through the belay loop of Eric's harness, was gone. He hadn't fallen. He hadn't been swept away. He had, with deliberate intent, unclipped himself. Let that sink in. In the heart of a raging blizzard, on a treacherous, exposed slope of ice thousands of feet above the nearest shelter, Eric Lewis had performed the multi-step conscious action of unscrewing the gate of his locking carabiner, opening it, removing it from his harness, and letting go of his only connection to safety. It was an act of methodical madness. It was, for all intents and purposes, suicide. That was the official finding, the neat and tidy conclusion written on the incident report. But it made no sense. Not to Mark and David, and certainly not to me. Why? Why would an experienced climber, a man with everything to live for, choose that method? If he had lost hope, if despair had taken him, why not just let go? Why not simply fall? The act of unclipping was so specific, so contrary to every instinct and every ounce of training a climber has. It was the one thing you never, ever do. We searched for a psychological reason, a hidden depression, a moment of high-altitude madness. His family insisted he was happy, stable, and excited about the climb. We found nothing. The official report was filed. The case was closed. But the question remained, a silent, screaming anomaly. He had simply walked off into the storm, untethered and alone. The mountain had taken him. But it felt less like an accident and more like an abduction. The blizzard that had swallowed Eric Lewis raged for another 36 hours, a relentless assault that kept the upper mountain locked in an impenetrable fortress of white. Down at Camp Muir, and further below in Paradise, we could only wait. The wind howled like a hungry animal, and the radio crackled with static-laced reports of wind gusts exceeding 100 miles per hour. Mark and David had made it down, their survival a minor miracle in itself. They were physically exhausted, but otherwise unharmed, though their spirits were shattered. I debriefed them in the warmth of the ranger station, the scent of hot coffee a stark contrast to the frozen hell they had just escaped. Their story never wavered. The slack rope, the empty figure 8-knot, the void where their friend should have been. Their eyes held a haunted, hollowed out look that I've seen too many times. It's the look of people who have stared into the abyss and seen it stare back. When the storm finally broke, the sky that emerged was a cruel, brilliant blue, the snow on the slopes glittering under the sun as if nothing had happened. The mountain was pristine, beautiful, and silent. It was time to go find Eric. We knew with a grim certainty that hangs over such operations that this was no longer a rescue. It was a recovery. The temperatures during the blizzard had plunged to catastrophic lows. No one could survive that long, exposed and alone above 12,000 feet. Our mission was to bring a body home, to provide some semblance of closure for a family whose world had just been torn apart. The search began immediately. A helicopter from the 214th Aviation Regiment, our frequent partners in these grim endeavors, lifted off, its rotors beating a rhythmic tattoo against the crisp morning air. From above, the scale of our task was laid bare in breathtaking, intimidating detail. The Emmons and Ingraham glaciers sprawled below us, a chaotic, frozen river fractured by a labyrinth of crevices. Deep, dark fissures in the ice, some hundreds of feet deep. Eric was somewhere down there, in that vast, monochrome wilderness of white snow and blue ice. It was like looking for a single grain of sand on an endless beach. Our search strategy was based on logic and probability. The only tools we had against the mountain's chaos. We focused on the area directly below the disappointment cleaver, along the established fall line from where Eric had unclipped. A disoriented climber, or one who had fallen, would most likely have been carried downward by gravity. We established a search box, a massive grid on the glacier, and ground teams began the painstaking work of probing. 3 or 4 rangers would line up, roped together, and advance slowly, methodically plunging their 8-foot aluminum probes into the snow every few feet. The hope is to feel the tail resistance of a body, a pack, or a piece of equipment beneath the surface. It's slow, monotonous, and soul-crushing work. The rhythmic crunch of boots on snow, the soft thump of the probes, the call of clear as a section was covered. These were the only sounds in the immense silence. For days, we found nothing. We probed countless acres of snow, peered into the terrifying blue depths of dozens of crevices, and flew transects until the landscape blurred into a meaningless pattern. The sun beat down. The glare off the snow was blinding. and the thin air sawed at our lungs. With each passing day, the frustration mounted. It wasn't just the physical exhaustion. It was the mental strain of the mystery. Eric's actions had planted a seed of unease that grew with every empty probe strike. If he had fallen, we should have found some sign. A broken ice axe, a stray glove, something. If he had been buried in a slide, the debris field would have given us a clue. But there was nothing. It was as if he had been plucked from the mountain by an invisible hand. The other rangers felt it too. During our brief breaks for food and water, the conversation would inevitably circle back to the central, nagging question. Why unclip? We debated theories. Hypoxia-induced delirium. A sudden psychotic break. None of it sat right. These were textbook explanations for irrational behavior, but Eric's action felt different. It was too specific, too deliberate. It was the act of a man following a script we couldn't read. After 6 days, the search was officially winding down. Resources were stretched, and the probability of finding him was approaching zero. We were planning one final sweep, more for the sake of protocol than any real hope of success. I was in the helicopter with the pilot, making a final pass over the search area when a call came over the radio from one of the ground teams. They were led by a senior ranger named Ben, a man who has spent more time on Rainier's glaciers than in his own home. His voice was calm, but it had an edge to it. "Liam, you there?" "Go for Ben," I replied. "We've got something. It's way off the primary search grid, east of the Cleaver, heading towards the Emmons icefall. You're not going to believe where we are." He gave me the coordinates. I felt a jolt. It was miles off the standard route, and in a direction that made absolutely no tactical sense. To get there from where he unclipped, Eric would have had to turn 90 degrees and walk horizontally across the slope against the fall line into a notoriously broken and dangerous section of the glacier. No one would go there by choice, and it was nearly impossible to end up there by accident. We banked the helicopter and flew towards the coordinates. Below, I could see Ben's rope team, 4 small figures, standing near the edge of a wide, shallow basin. And in the middle of that basin was a splash of color against the white, a patch of dark blue. We landed a safe distance away, and I made my way over, my heart pounding a slow, heavy rhythm in my chest. We found Eric Lewis in a shallow crevasse, no more than 20 feet deep. He hadn't fallen into it. The gentle slope of the lip suggested he had climbed or slid down into it intentionally. He was lying on his back, his arms crossed over his chest, his face turned towards the sky. The snow had drifted around him, partially covering him in a soft white blanket. He looked peaceful, disturbingly peaceful. There were no signs of a struggle, no broken limbs, no visible trauma consistent with a long fall. His gear was all in place, his pack still on. He looked as if he had simply found a quiet place, lain down for a rest, and never woken up. The subsequent autopsy confirmed what we had seen on the glacier. The official cause of death was hypothermia. There were no other contributing factors. No internal injuries, no broken bones, no signs of high altitude sickness beyond what was expected. He had simply frozen to death. The medical examiner's report was as clean and as baffling as the scene where we found him. The official file on Eric Lewis was closed. Accident by misadventure, with the addendum of self-induced exposure. But for those of us who brought him down, the case was anything but closed. We had found his body, but the reason he was there remained on the mountain, lost in the wind. The story became a legend among the rangers, a cautionary tale about how the mountain's most profound dangers are the ones that defy explanation, the ones that whisper to you when you are most alone. Years passed. The memory of Eric Lewis, like so many tragedies on the mountain, faded from a sharp, edged wound into a dull, persistent ache. New seasons brought new climbers, new triumphs, and new heartbreaks. I continued my patrols, my boots tracing the same high altitude paths, my eyes scanning the same horizons. The official report on Eric's death gathered dust in a filing cabinet, a closed case, a story with an ending that satisfied the paperwork but not the soul. The legend of the climber who unclipped persisted among the rangers, a ghost story told over beers at the end of a long shift. But the raw, unsettling power of the event had softened with time. The mountain holds its memories, but it forces you to keep moving forward. It was late summer, nearly 5 years to the day after we had brought Eric's body down. I was on a solo patrol on the upper mountain, a routine check of conditions along the Disappointment Cleaver route. Unlike the day Eric vanished, the weather was perfect. The sky was a deep, cloudless cobalt, and the sun cast long, sharp shadows across the glaciers. The air was still and so clear it felt like you could reach out and touch the distant peaks of the Cascade Range. It was a day of profound peace, the kind of day that reminds you why you do this job, why you are drawn to these magnificent, silent places. There was no wind, not even a whisper. The silence was absolute, broken only by the rhythmic crunch of my crampons biting into the firm NNAVA and the sound of my own steady breathing. I was making my way across the section of the Ingraham Glacier where Eric's rope team had been descending during the blizzard. I knew the spot well. The coordinates were etched in my memory. It was just a nondescript stretch of snow and ice, indistinguishable from the miles of terrain around it. Yet to me, it felt like consecrated ground, a place where the veil between worlds had worn thin. I paused for a moment, looking out at the vast, empty expanse, my mind drifting back to the mystery, to the unanswered question of why. That's when I heard it. At first, it was so faint, I thought I was imagining it, a trick of the altitude, or the immense silence playing on my ears. It was a sound that did not belong in this place of rock and ice. It was a voice, a woman's voice, singing. The melody was impossibly beautiful, a soft, ethereal lullaby that seemed to be carried on a wind that wasn't blowing. It was clear and pure, yet it had no discernible source. It wasn't coming from above or below, but from everywhere at once. From the air itself, from the ancient blue ice beneath my feet, from the vast, empty sky. The song was filled with a sense of gentle longing, of profound peace, and of an invitation to rest. It was the most serene and welcoming sound I had ever heard in my life. I stood frozen, my ice axe held loosely in my hand. I scanned the entire visible landscape. The sweep of the glacier, the dark rock of the cleaver, the distant summit. All were empty. There was no one there. There couldn't be anyone there for miles. I was utterly alone. Yet the singing continued, weaving its melody into the fabric of the silence. It was a song that promised an end to struggle, an end to the cold, an end to the weary ache in your muscles. It promised a final, perfect peace, and all I wanted to do was follow it. A profound, overwhelming urge washed over me, a compulsion so powerful it felt like a physical force. It was a feeling not of panic or fear, but of deep, soul-saturating desire. I wanted to leave the trail. I wanted to walk toward the source of that beautiful, hypnotic sound. My training, my experience, my every rational instinct screamed at me to stay put, to check my gear, to radio in. But the song bypassed all of that. It spoke to a more primal part of my being, a part that was tired of fighting, tired of the cold, tired of the climb. The urge to simply find a quiet place in the snow, lie down, and let that beautiful voice sing me to sleep was almost irresistible. I could feel my legs wanting to move, to turn away from the established route and walk east, out across the glacier. East, towards the Emmons Icefall, towards the place where we had found Eric Lewis. In that moment, a jolt of ice, cold adrenaline shot through me, powerful enough to momentarily break the spell. The connection snapped into place in my mind with the force of a physical blow. Eric. He hadn't been crazy. He hadn't been suicidal. He had heard the same song. The realization was so terrifying it almost buckled my knees. I understood what had happened to him. In the disorienting chaos of the blizzard, alone at the back of the rope, he must have heard that same beautiful, deadly lullaby. While his partners fought against the storm, Eric was fighting a different battle. He was being lured away. The deliberate, methodical act of unclipping his carabiner was no longer a mystery. It was the necessary first step to answering the call. He had to free himself from his lifeline to follow the voice. He had to untether himself from the world of the living to walk towards that promise of perfect, final rest. He hadn't walked off into the storm to die. He had walked towards the singing, believing he was heading for a place of comfort and peace. I had to physically force myself to move. Every step away from that spot felt like breaking free from a powerful magnetic field. I turned my back on the direction of the song and forced my legs into a clumsy, stumbling retreat. The singing seemed to grow more insistent, more beautiful, pleading with me to come back. I didn't dare look back. I focused on the trail, on the movement of my feet, on the simple, mechanical act of survival. It took every ounce of my willpower to keep moving, to get away from the sound, to descend until the air was thicker, and the hypnotic melody finally faded, leaving only the ringing of the immense silence in my ears. My mistake, and the mistake of everyone who investigated the case, was assuming that Eric's actions were entirely his own. We looked for a rational explanation within the confines of human psychology. Despair, confusion, a moment of madness. We never considered that his profoundly irrational act was a response to a stimulus that was, in its own way, completely rational, if utterly supernatural. He didn't choose to unclip because he wanted to die. He was compelled to unclip because he was promised something better than life. On Mount Rainier, there are things far more dangerous than storms and crevices. There are objective hazards you can train for, but there are other forces at play, ancient and patient. There are voices on the wind, and they sing of a peace from which you will never, ever wake up.